Will never be divided. Justice! Now! Justice! Now! United will never be divided. People united will never be divided.
Testing 1, 2, 3. You just okay. No, you want to test it out again? Will you cut and move to the animation? Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Can you hear me at all?
I'm really, I think Pastor Ricky put it exactly right, starting us off with the message of hope. I know that there's homelessness in our communities across the country, people that have lost loved ones needlessly, folks in Texas and many parts of the country, a loss of voting rights, a loss of health care, a loss of the ability to pay for your housing, to be able to provide for your family. But I also know that everybody that came in here from across the country and from Texas and California came here because we have a profound sense of hope and faith in democracy. And democracy is, in of itself, a hopeful thing. The hope that we know that together we can make things better. That we can and can progress, but we can only do it when we take bold action together. Am I right? Absolutely, together. A basic thing, like the right to a water break, a basic thing like being able to work and know that working is not a death sentence, is the baseline of what our democracy should be able to do. But this month, in the hottest month in Texas history and many of our cities, on July 4th, it was the hottest day in recorded world history. Supposed leaders entrusted by us to do right by us, like Governor Greg Abbott, stripped workers' right to a water break away. Shame on him. That ain't right. And he does that because it is big corporate interest top priority, and so it is his priority. But what they're not counting on is that they're not going to stop us. They make us think that if we work and we advance forward, that if they shut that down, that they shut us down. And today we're here to show that they will never shut down the movement of workers, the movement of women, the movement of young people, the intergenerational movement. Our hearts and our faith in democracy cannot be stopped. We are joined by people from across the country, and I feel an overwhelming sense of hope. I know there's people out there working in 110 degrees today, and my sense is it's my job to do out here and do my job, which is to advocate for change, to call for the president, who is already working on this, to accelerate providing heat protections for every single worker in America, no matter what people like Greg Abbott say, and to extend that call for more democracy at the workplace, a union for everyone, a living wage for everyone, housing for all. That's what we are here to do today. And so, about 20 minutes ago, I had my last sip of water for the day alongside Dolores Huerta, who has joined us here today. Dolores, alongside Cesar Chavez, founded the United Farm Workers, and we try to honor that legacy today because we're a part of something bigger. We're a part of a bigger arc of history. And so as I engage in the strike, as we stand out here in the sun and even the rain all day, we remember those we've lost, we respect one another, and we hope and demand much better. So now we'll hear from Dolores.
Dolores. Thank you. Thank you for having me here at this wonderful demonstration. It has been invoked here to talk about the cruelty of Governor Greg Abbott. I mean, we know that he has attacked women, and we know that he has attacked immigrants. Now he's attacking workers. Workers who actually make up the economy of Texas, the most basic people there. You know, way back in 1965 to 1975, farm workers went on strike in California to get water, okay? To get bathrooms and to get water. And when we think of the governor saying the workers can't have a water break, I just want to remind him, these are all the essential workers that are doing the work that keeps us safe and sound, and for farm workers that keep us fed. And for the governor to do this action, I don't think there's any way that he can possibly justify what he has done. This is such a cruel thing. His whole administration now is based on cruelty. How many more people can he punish? This is what's happening in Texas, and the governor's got to know that here. Thank you very much for bringing attention to this issue, so that everybody will know about it, and especially the people in Texas to know that we cannot let Governor Greg Abbott continue his fascist policies against the people of Texas, and now, of course, against working people. So we're here today, all of us here, and I want to thank everybody that came here from so far away to support the congressman and what he's doing here today, because we know what is water. Water is life. Yes. Water is life. Without water, no one can live. When people are working, they need water to sustain themselves just so that they can do the work. So I don't know what the governor is thinking. I would like to have him go a day without water, and then he's in an office. I mean, he's not exposed to the heat and the sun like workers are. So we want to say to Governor Abbott, stop this cruelty, stop this fascism. Yes. The people of Texas, they deserve better from you as the governor of that state. Can we make him stop this? What do we say? Sí se puede.
Sí se puede.
What do we say?
Sí se puede.
Yes. The governor needs to hear the message.
Sí se puede. 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 Sí se puede.
And please, people of Texas, I want to say this. We're coming from California, but doing a lot of work in Texas over all my career. I want to just say this, okay? The people in Texas, you've got to say to Governor Abbott, ya basta. That's enough, okay? Governor Abbott, it's time for you to go. Thank you very much. Sí se puede.
Sí se puede.
So we have lost friends, lost neighbors, lost family members working in the heat because they were not allowed a drink of water.
Wow.
A University of Texas report showed that over 1 in 3 Texas construction workers reported being denied a water break.
That ain't
on the
right.
job. We came together in 2010 when I was a 21-year-old labor organizer at Proyecto de Defensa Laboral to not drink water on the steps of Austin City Hall. Back then, people laughed at us when they thought, when we said we wanted to get the city of Austin to be the first Texas city to guarantee people the right to a water. But we did a thirst strike, and we won. We passed that law. And then, And then in 2015, in the tragedy that the Granillo family faced, there was another thirst strike that successfully passed a water break ordinance then. Those laws are the laws that Governor Abbott signed away here in July to be eliminated on September 1st.
That ain't right.
It's shameful, it's wrong, but more than anything else, it is disrespectful.
Yes.
And today, this event is out of respect for families like Jasmine Granillo said. So I'd like to call Jasmine.
I thank you guys for coming today. I started this, I was working with Workers of Friends Project in 2015. I was able to talk to the Dallas City Council when I was 11 years old. I was still stricken by grief at that age. I do have a few words to say. I'm here to speak on an important matter, one that I have spoken about before. My brother's life could have been saved by a simple water break. Randy passed away on July 19, 2015. He was installing hardwood floors in a home without ventilation. He wasn't feeling good. He asked for a water break. He was denied. he died that day on the way to the hospital. My mom, she was told he was sick, and so she went to the hospital that day thinking he was still alive. He had already passed away. My parents were told that he was, that his organs were cooked from the inside. He had died at 25 years old. He left a daughter. And before he passed away, I had no idea that workers didn't have water breaks every 4 hours. And they didn't have time to rest in the shade while on the job. At 11 years old, I was given the opportunity to speak on how important this basic human right was, and I was listened to. And now the House Bill 2127 is stripping away what my family has fought for. Now I ask for President Biden to please do not let more lives be lost. I truly believe that my brother's loss was one too many. These are hardworking people that we're speaking on. These are people that build our cities, build our homes. They're more than statistics. They do a dangerous job, and they should have the right to this basic human right.
Right.
Please do not let this inhumane bill go into effect. Once again, I ask for you to listen. Thank you.
So as a member of the Congress, we can ask for capitals to be flown, for flags to be flown over the Capitol. And so honoring just the other day, the 8th anniversary of Randy's death, we asked for this flag to be flown over the Capitol to respect him, to recognize him, and to recognize your family, and to demand that kind of respect for all people in this country. So I'd like to introduce you to Just yesterday, we released a letter with over 100 members of Congress and United States senators calling on the Biden administration to overturn politicians like Governor Abbott, to overturn corporate greed, and provide everyone the right to water, the right to rest, the right to stop working when you're feeling sick in the sun and in the heat. Over 100. And so throughout today's thirst strike, where we'll be here all day, be it sun or rain, we'll be joined by many members of Congress. But this morning, just here as we begin, we're joined by both Congresswoman Katie Porter and Representative Ro Khanna. And so if they'll both come up, they can both share their words as the kickoff to our multi-hour, all-day strike. So Katie, if you want to come up first, and then we'll bring Ro.
Good morning. Working, people work to live. They work to pay for their families, to put food on the table, to put a roof over their head, to live with dignity. They work to live. They don't work to die. And that is what's happening to workers across this country, in Texas and in so many other states, because of the refusal to provide basic human working conditions. The right to water, the right to shade, the right to protective work standards. This is a huge issue for workers who work outdoors, for our carpenters, for our postal workers, for people who work outdoors, but it's also our farm workers. It's also a huge issue for those who work indoors, in sweltering warehouses, laboring to load luggage off and on planes. We need to send a clear message to our allies, the Biden administration. We are asking them to be a good ally. Workers turned out for President Biden, and we are asking President Biden to stand up for us. I'm a lawyer. I listen to a lot of legal nonsense. I know all about the advance notice of proposed rulemaking and the rule and comment period and how many days it takes to put a rule into the books. But it can also be quick or they can be slow. Those days can pass quickly because we know we have the backing of OSHA, of the administration, of the American people across this country to get these rules on the books. I am proud to be from California, where we protect our workers from extreme heat and heat working conditions. We provide water breaks. We have a heat standard, but we must make that national. It is not enough for Californians to pat themselves on the back without being all in to the fight for every single worker around this country. So California is leading the way, but we are also going to bring up the rear, helping to push everyone here forward as they work and fight to have the same quality working conditions that every American, every human deserves. Let's be honest, by not having a working standard for heat, the United States is behind many, many countries that we think of ourselves as further developed, further advanced than. We don't have the same respect and dignity for workers that virtually any person in any country, treating and seeing their worker as a fellow human being. So today is a day for us to push our allies, to push the Biden administration, to push our colleagues to be all in this fight. I ask particularly every American who is sitting at home, sitting in air conditioning, sitting in front of a fan, has the ability to take their jacket off or get cool, can remove safety equipment or doesn't have to wear it, to think about the people who are working today in Texas, in Louisiana, in Oklahoma, in New Mexico, across this country, because we are here to fight for them. And there is a great ally in this fight in my fellow colleague, Ro Khanna.
Thank you, Representative Porter. I always learn when I hear Katie Porter speak. Jasmine, thank you. Thank you to your family. It takes a lot of courage to speak about something so personal and to turn your grief into action. Let's just give them a round of applause. Thank you, Greg, for your example. You know, most members of Congress, when they come here their first term, they sit in the back, they listen, they don't do much. Greg's taken a different approach. He said, I'm going to come here, I'm going to fight for what's right. I'm amazed to meet some of the folks out here. I mean, it's not easy to come out, to fly 5 hours, to stand on the Capitol steps. I just want to thank you for what you're doing out here. You may not be speaking, but you're really the people making a difference, and I appreciate that. And I am so honored, I know Katie would share this, to be here with Dolores Huerta, who is a hero to America, but also a particular hero in California. And as I was thinking about what Dolores said, and her struggles, and Cesar Chavez's struggles, it feels in this country that we're going backwards. You know, my district, we've got more wealth than we've ever had in the United States of America. Just come to Silicon Valley. More wealth than is ever being created. Where they're talking about AI, where they're talking about new innovation. And you're telling me we can't make sure every American has a water break? I mean, what is going on?
Right.
What is going on? And because Dolores is part of this iconic civil rights tradition, I was reminded as she was speaking of Dr. King in one of his very famous speeches, and he said, we don't need a technology revolution, we need a revolution in human values. We don't need a thing-oriented society, we need a people-oriented society.
Right.
And it feels to me that that really is the choice in this country. Between all of us, we're out there saying people need basic water, people need access to power, people need food, people need dignity, and the other side who says it's all about profits and let's make more and more money. And the sad reality is that if it's not for people out here, many people are trying to take us back to before Cesar Chavez, to before Dolores Huerta, before Dr. King. But I believe all of you are part of the new civil rights movement, the new movement for economic justice, demanding dignity, not just for people to have water breaks, but saying every American in every state should have the basics to have a decent life for themselves and their families. So thank you, Greg. Thank you for being out here, and many of us are in solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Let's thank Rokana, please. So I mentioned that I was a labor organizer before I was an elected official working with Proyecto de Defensa Laboral. Ustedes aprendí tanto con Proyecto de Defensa Laboral, aprendí tanto de los miembros, de cómo luchar por la dignidad. Y ustedes están siguiendo esa lucha y están enseñándole a todo el país cómo luchar para la justicia para todos, inmigrante o no, trabajador, trabajadora. De veras, ustedes son una inspiración y vamos a sobresalir, venceremos y vamos a ganarle a vos y vamos a tener justicia, un sueldo digno, un trabajo seguro para los trabajadores. Gracias. So Marisol, from Proyecto de Defensa Laboral.
Hola, soy Marisol Galloso, una madre, una mujer, una trabajadora de construcción y una tejana.
Hi, I'm Marisol Galloso, a mother, a woman, a construction worker, and a tech.
Tengo más de 20 años trabajando en construcción. Si hubiese preguntado en aquel entonces si ese fuera mi destino, nunca me hubiera imaginado.
I have more than 20 years experience working in construction. If you had asked me back then what my destiny would have been, I would have never been able to guess.
La verdad es que yo llegué a los Estados Unidos en plan de vacaciones, pero me quedé.
The truth is, I was coming to the United States on vacation from Mexico, but I ended up staying.
El plan no era de en mi vida completa cambiara de residencia, pero que me quedé en Texas.
The plan wasn't for me to start a life here in Texas, but that's what it ended up being.
Dejé a mi esposo y de pronto era madre soltera. Y lo que más importaba en esta vida eran mis hijos, que no les faltara nada.
I left my abusive husband, and all of a sudden, I was a single mother. And the most important thing to me was to ensure that my children long for nothing.
Sabía que en construcción había la oportunidad de hacer el tipo de dinero que necesitaba para mantener el hogar, una familia sola.
I knew that construction gave me the opportunity to make the type of money that I needed to be able to run a household and a family on my own.
Conforme han pasado los años, me he dado cuenta que cada verano es más caliente por el cambio de clima, que es una crisis mundial. Que cada verano mis compañeros y yo arriesgamos nuestras vidas al trabajar afuera en temperaturas de más de 100 grados.
As the years have passed, I've realized that each summer gets hotter and hotter due to climate change. And that means that myself, as well as my coworkers in construction, risk their lives every day they go to work outside at temperatures of 100 plus degrees.
Tengo compañeros que han sido hospitalizados o hasta muertos por sufrir golpes de calor.
I have coworkers who have been hospitalized or have even passed away due to heat illness and heat stress.
Yo he aprendido a ponerle atención a mi cuerpo y saber cuándo es tiempo de tomar descansos o tomar agua o encontrar una sombra.
I've learned to read my body's signs, to know the symptoms, when it's time to take a break, to drink water, or find shade.
Estoy afortunada de que mis jefes típicamente han apoyado la necesidad de descansos porque saben que necesitan trabajadores saludables que puedan terminar los proyectos en el tiempo planeado.
I'm lucky that I've had employers who have supported me taking breaks because they know that healthy workers are the key to be able to finish projects on time.
Pero no todos los trabajadores de construcción tienen el mismo privilegio. Por eso, estamos tan aliviados cuando ganamos la ordenanza de descanso en Dallas en 2015.
But I'm aware that not all workers have those protections. That's why we were so happy when our members at Workers Defense won the Dallas ordinance that gave workers rest breaks in 2015.
Desde que se implementaron estas protecciones para los trabajadores, han habido menos hospitalizaciones y menos muertos.
Since this ordinance came to be, there have been less hospitalizations and deaths among workers.
todavía pasan. ¿Se imagina la crisis que va a ser cuando llegue a su fin estas protecciones que son el HB 2127 que toman efecto el 1 de septiembre en Texas?
But hospitalizations and deaths still happen. Can you imagine the crisis that will be created when HB 2127 goes into effect in Texas on September 1st?
Estoy aquí para sonar la alarma a esta gran crisis en Texas y para unirme en la lucha para pasar protecciones para trabajadores a niveles nacionales y estatales, porque ahorita no existen.
I'm here to sound the alarm to the strength crisis in Texas and to unite in the fight to pass protections for workers at the national level and at the state level, because right now they don't exist.
Gracias al representante Casar y a las organizaciones como Proyecto de Defensa Laboral que están sonando las alarmas para influenciar el cambio que tanto necesitamos. Aseguramos que los trabajadores de construcción lleguen sanos y salvos a sus hogares y a sus familias cada noche.
Thank you to Congressman Casar and other organizations like Workers' Defense who are sounding the alarm to influence change that we need to ensure worker safety, especially in the construction industry. We want to make sure that these workers arrive home safe and sound each night.
Mis hijos son mi madre de motivación y los trabajadores así somos. Queremos protecciones y derechos básicos para asegurar cada noche regresemos sanos y salvos a casa. Gracias.
My children are my greatest motivation, and that's how all workers are. We want protections and rights to ensure that every single construction worker in Texas has the right and dignity to return home safe and sound each night. Thank you.
Let's hear it for her one more time. So we have a real challenge in Texas, where we have a governor that keeps trying to take people's rights away, law after law, bill after bill, but we have this civil rights history of when there is an oppressive government in the South, people of conscience in this building and at the White House stepping in to guarantee voting rights, stepping in to guarantee civil rights, stepping in to guarantee workers' rights no matter what extreme right-wingers do to our communities. And we have a real leader and partner in that. The leader of the House Democrats, our next Speaker of the House, a friend who has come here and is committed to providing aid to everyone across the country against special interests and against oppressive governments. And that is our leader, Hakeem Jeffries.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Capitol. Let me first just thank my friend and my colleague, Greg Kassar, for his leadership, for elevating this issue, for standing in solidarity with the workers in Texas and throughout the country who are at risk of having their health and their safety jeopardized in the cruelest possible fashion. This is an appropriate place for Congressman Kassar and all of you to elevate this issue. The House of Representatives is not our people's house, that we stand in solidarity with you. The effort to deny workers the opportunity to take a break or get some rest or have water is unreasonable, it's unacceptable, it's unconscionable, and it's un-American. And we want to make that clear, that we are committed to turning the situation around. We stand on the side of workers' rights. We will stand on the side of dignity. We stand on the side of decency. We believe that workers' rights are human rights to be respected and protected. And so we're committed to pushing back against the extremism from the right-wing folks in Texas and all across the country. To think that you would deny workers the ability to have a simple short break, to get water, to stay hydrated, to get some rest so they can continue to work hard and complete their missions is cruel and uncivilized. But I think we've concluded that cruelty and the lack of civility for many mainstream MAGA Republicans is the point. But that is not who we are as Americans. Right. Not who we are. And so no matter how long it takes, we're going to continue to stand with you. And as Congressman Kassar indicated, in this country we have a great history. In the face of people who are trying to oppress others, whether that's civil rights or women's rights or workers' rights, of individuals being willing to push back, to do what's right, to make America the best version of herself. And that's what this fight for the workers in Texas and all across the land are all about. So we stand with you, and I'm confident that though this will be a tough fight with an adversary that is diabolical in nature, determined to inflict cruelty and exploit workers, as past struggles have shown, as long as we continue to speak up and to show up and to stand up, we will win at the end of the day. Thank you very much for your prayers. Yeah.
Let's hear it one more time for the leader. He's also from an AFSCME family. I know we've got some AFSCME folks here. Some folks have asked me if it's going to be hard to do this today, and it's challenging, and it's hot, but it's not as hot as it is in Texas. And we have two really, really great members of Congress here, mentors to me, people I've looked up to for so long. Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia and Congressman Al Green, both here to speak with us. And so then why don't you first come up, Congresswoman Garcia, and then we'll have Congressman Green.
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you to the leader for being here today, and you heard him. We are on the right side of this issue, and what they're doing in Texas, especially our governor, to be so inhumane, to be so barbaric, and so unchristian as to tell cities that they cannot have ordinances dealing with people getting water. That is just outrageous and inhumane. Water is a God-given right. Taking a rest, in my judgment, is a God-given right. So I am really glad that Representative Kassar put this group together to focus on this issue because people are dying. People are being put at risk. Texas leads the nation in the number of deaths due to heat-related injuries. Texas leads the nation in the number of construction workers. And for us as Latinos, we make up about 60%, some cities 70% of the construction workers in America. My district has been one of those, and I was told the first time I got here, you know, you have the most construction workers of all, of any of the 435 districts. And it made sense, right? Because of a 77% Latino district. So they're doing it to our folks, and they're doing it because of who we are. And here's the reason I'm really passionate about it. I grew up more in South Texas. Those of you who are here from Texas know this story. I've had to work in the fields in the hot sun, picking cotton. Dolores, we've talked about this. And I remember one time being so hot and so red and overheated that I had a nosebleed. Of course, being little and young and poor and never had health care, I didn't know that it was probably some heat reaction. I just thought it was a bleeder. But what they would do is just get us and put us under the wayin to kind of cool off in the shade. Wayin, y'all, is like a wagon, to get underneath it, to cool off. But as soon as those weeks was gone, what would they do? Put me back to work. So it is about getting that water. It's about getting that rest break. Because remember, this happened to me as a child growing up. And it's still happening. This is America. It should not be happening. People should get their rest breaks. People should get their water breaks. People get the Medicare that they need. Because a healthy worker is a better worker. A rested worker is a better worker. A person who is got all the tools that they need for their job is a better worker. You know, I carried this bill, and I remember Greg was there too, supporting me in the Texas Senate. And it was outrageous to me to have the construction lobbyists come opposing this bill because it would cost money. Cost money. So it's about profits over people. That it was going to require them to do some training and doing some things that they were doing. Well, you know, it's what you have to do to invest in your company to get better workers and more productivity, then you should do it. So that's why it's important that we shed light on this issue. And of course, it's important for me to remind everyone that I filed the bill that I'm in Texas. I filed it here, and it is the Construction Injury Prevention Act, which would require not just the OSHA pamphlet telling you this is what you should do. This is a guideline. At least when it comes to rest, that you must give them a 15-minute paid rest break every 4 hours. During that rest break, of course, they can drink water, they can have a little snack, whatever they want to with their rest break. We've got to make this stuff law, not just a guideline. Thank you all very much for being here. Thank you.
I want to first acknowledge our leader, Jeffrey. I don't see him, but would you, in his absence, give him an expression of appreciation, please? Hakeem Jeffrey, our leader. I think we can give him a better expression than that. Thank you for what you've done to call this to my attention, because we received a message from you, and Congresswoman Garcia, thank you as well. My message is very simply this, and to who is the state SEIU president in Texas, thank you for being here. You traversed some great distance to be a part of this. My message is very simple. The words of C.A. Tinsley, he reminds us that harder yet may be the fight. Harder yet may be the fight. Right may often yield to might. Wickedness high may seem to reign, and Satan's cause may seem to gain. But there's a God that rules above, with a hand of power and a heart of love. And when I'm right, that God will help me fight. Harder yet may be the fight. But we are prepared for the fight.
That's right.
We are prepared for the fight.
That's right.
Harder yet, but we are ready yet for the fight.
That's right.
And we will win.
We will
Yes,
win.
we will.
I believe that we can win.
That we can win.
I believe that we can win.
That we can win.
Thank
Let's
you.
go win.
Thank you, Congressman Green. And thank you, Congresswoman Garcia, for carrying this not just in the legislature, but all the way up here to the halls of Congress. And next, we have Neil Norfleet with SEIU Texas. Thank you for
Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to thank God for allowing me to be here today. I'm a baggage assistant handler at the Houston International Airport. In my duties, I'm required to take boxes, bags, and I'm also required to make sure that the bins are left at the ticket counter. Some of those bins are pretty heavy because we have to stack them so high. And they're about 6 feet high, like once we stack them up. I also move oversized items that could be golf bags,
surfboards, regular wheelchairs, battery operated wheelchairs, anything that's heavy. Some items could be 50 pounds, 70 pounds, or even 90 pounds. I have another duty that I do, is that I give fellow workers, I give them breaks. I give them rest breaks. Mr. Joe, Miss Paula, Diane, Miss Teresa, Miss Joyce, when they see me, they're very excited because they know they're going to get at least 15 minutes break, or they'll get their lunch break. Right now, our union contract guarantees us the right to breaks. So every couple of hours, we make sure that people take a few minutes to use the restroom or get a drink of water. But there's a new Death Star bill in Texas that would take that right away from workers across Texas. I just can't imagine doing that job and not getting everybody like a water break. That would wear you down and you could pass out. I have heard people not being able to rest breaks or water breaks or restroom breaks. Some have defecated on themselves and urinated. If you can imagine just the embarrassment and the smell, it kind of breaks my heart. So I'm a little emotional about this subject today because I kind of know it firsthand. Before we had a union, 3 or 4 years ago, we saw a lady pass out. She was one of the people who loaded bags onto the planes. Sorry. They said it was heat exhaustion, and they had to call an ambulance for her. We didn't know if she was going to survive. She was only in her 30s, and in her job, you could come inside for 15 minutes every so often. But there are people who work outside all day long. To do that without a water break, that's not safe. The Death Star bill could make some people go a whole day without water. I know there's going to be heat strokes. I know there's going to be deaths. We can't let that happen. It is inhumane to force people to work in the Texas heat without a break to cool down, use the restroom, or get water. The Texas state government is failing to protect us. It's even blocking our cities from protecting us. That's why we need Congress to step in and make sure workers across America can have their most basic necessities met, like having a simple drink of water. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to SEIU Texas for joining us. And next, from the great city of San Antonio, we have Homer Hernandez with the National Association of Letter Carriers.
Here we go. I'm going to make it real short. I'm not a politician and I'm not a speaker. But I am here in support of the National Association of Letter Carriers in the city of San Antonio. As a federal government agency, we expect our congressmen to do exactly what Congressman Kazar is doing for us right now. It's fine that the federal government provides us water in the building, but letter carriers do not work in the building. We work outside, and all we ask for is some water. They're going along with the OSHA rules and regulations that all they have to do is provide us water in the building. That regulation needs to be updated like yesterday. We don't need it to be updated in January and February when the heat has already killed so many of our members. I do really want to speak about a union brother in Dallas, Texas, Eugene Davis, that passed away, delivery mail. And we ask for the community and the congressman to get out and support the letter carriers, because management makes it very tough for letter carriers not to take these breaks, which they'll tell you something different all the time. I do want to bring this awareness to all letter carriers in the state of Texas and to all the congressmen in the state of Texas. This ain't a Democrat or Republican issue. This is a people issue. A people issue. If we can't have water breaks in the state of Texas, we ain't gonna have no one to build buildings, houses, roads, or deliver your darn mail. That was a wrong law for governor to pass. We are here, I am here, for the working people and for the letter carriers of Texas and San Antonio. Water breaks matters. Breaks matters. I like to call this to all adults, because you're acting like kids. This is common sense water bottle. Give it to your employees as they need it. Thank you.
We honor our union brother's life that was lost in Dallas this month. People have died delivering the mail, pouring concrete, fixing power lines. We've had multiple Texans die just in the last few weeks since the governor signed this awful bill. This hits our public employees like our letter carriers and our municipal workers. And so we have Sarah here from my union, Local ASFE 1624.
Hey everybody, Sarah. I've worked as an arborist and a conservationist for about 2 decades, outside for almost 20 years, and I'm really proud and happy to be here to stand in solidarity with workers in Texas and workers across the country in support of some pretty simple ways to treat each other like humans. Working outside is hard, and it's hot, and it's cold, and it's hot, and it's just getting hotter. And it's pretty crazy to me that when you wake up in the state of Texas, you just wonder, what is the government in the state of Texas going to do to make the citizens of Texas less safe this week? So 1 week it's women, 1 week they're coming after people, 1 week they're coming after immigrants, every week they're coming after all these people, 1 week they're coming after workers. It's insane. Like, is your job as the governor and politicians that run the state of Texas not to be keeping your citizens safe? And I guess in Texas, that's not their job. So the federal government is going to have to step in and take care of the workers of the state of Texas and across the country. And I really hope that they get to work and make this happen sooner, because people are dying this summer and people are going to continue to die until OSHA steps in and has some actual solid requirements for how to keep workers safe. So I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. And now we have Taylor here from the National Nurses to talk about what it is that they're seeing in our hospital rooms, and they're also here taking care of me.
Hi, hello. My name's Taylor Crittenden, and I'm a registered nurse and I work at Ascension Medical Center in Austin, Texas. I'm a proud union member of National Nurses United, and I'm here today with NNU's Registered Nurse Response Network. And we will be providing checks on Congressman Casar throughout the day to monitor his condition. First, I'd like to thank the Congressman for fighting for workers and for our patients today, and nurses are very proud to stand in solidarity with you. Myself and my colleague Lindsay Spinney, we're going to be here to stand by in solidarity with all workers who are forced to work in extreme heat without help and safety protections that they need. All workers deserve safe and healthy workplaces, and this is true for any worker whose job entails working in challenging conditions such as being outdoor in Texas. As registered nurses, we care for these workers when they become our patients. They become our patients when they do not have the health and safety protections that they need to do their jobs safely, and their health is compromised. During hot weather, having access to cooling stations and regular water breaks is an essential part of outdoor workers' safety. We know that lack of access to safe conditions can and will lead to worker death. Heat has killed more people annually in the U.S. than hurricanes, tornadoes, and flooding combined. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics data, since 2011, Texas has recorded 42 heat-related worker deaths, more than any other state. So far, this year, 2 workers have died from heat while on the job in Texas, including a 35-year-old lineman and a 66-year-old mail carrier, as we heard earlier today. As humans-caused climate change continues to ravage the planet, we know that these extreme events, such as high heat conditions, as the ones we are seeing this summer in the U.S., will only continue to increase in their duration and severity. Severe heat stroke caused by unsafe working conditions can be prevented. This does not need to happen. All workers should have access to water breaks and cooling stations that they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to be here all day. I appreciate each and every one of your support as much as you're able to stay, come back and forth, but I'm committed to being here all day through sun and through clouds and through rain until or unless the nurses pull me and tell me I have to stop. So I appreciate this kickoff. We'll keep on having these little gatherings as more members of Congress and other speakers show up, but to close out this starting part, I think Pastor Rigby is going to end this part with a prayer or a song if he's around. And he is. I don't have a song sheet, but we can be inspired. Emily's got one. But
we're still rocking and rolling.
We've got here people here from Texas Organizing Project. We've got people here from the carpenters. We've got people here from the laborers. We've got people here from the Texas AFL-CIO. We have people here from Latino Victory. We have people here from Latino. We have a couple of we got railroaders over here for your show. We got IBW here. We got some of the council members at Austin and Dallas and Dallas and Austin. We got CWA. We got so many. We got folks here from Sunrise. We appreciate each and every one of y'all for being out here, and we're gonna have plenty of time for us to catch up. So we'll be here all afternoon. All right. Yeah.
Now this is kind of ironic remembering Vigil Thirst Strike that won these rights in the first place back in Austin. It's hard to believe, isn't it, that anybody would talk about making America free again? I mean, we can't even protect workers. No great nation betrays its workers. The most important thing is what? Keep hydrated. So whatever suffering we're going through, I think is the prayer. It's embodying the concern and love we have for our human family. So we're going to do another church stuff. Y'all know which side you're on. It's on the second side. It's on the second side. Yeah. This is an old labor song. All the songs I've chosen are like protest songs.
Hi, I'm JP from the Sunrise Movement, and I'm here standing alongside Congressman Kassar and tons of other folks from Texas and around the country to demand that President Biden and Congress and the rest of the U.S. government take heat stroke seriously and take the heat conditions that workers are going through right now seriously. I remember I was 11 years old when I learned about climate change for the first time and felt a sort of sudden fear that things wouldn't be all right. But surely I imagined that, 10 years from that moment, that some responsible adult in the room would be able to handle the situation fine. It's been 10 years, and a couple days ago, I turned 21 years old for the first time, making me an adult. And on the very day that it was my birthday, I got a call from an uncle who works down in Florida in roofing, a recent immigrant, and he told me a story that it was about 115 degrees where he worked in a warehouse. 115 degrees. And he decided to try and take a water break, and he was denied. He was told that he was not allowed to take a water break. It was in that moment that I felt guilty over the position that I was in, away from home here in DC, but ultimately knew that there was a responsibility that I had to show up for people like my uncle and countless other people across this country, countless working people who are demanding better conditions and dignity and safety on the job. It was with every stream of sweat budding from my pores and running down my face that I received a chilling reminder that we are in an emergency right now. That every stream of sweat that runs down my face is one eclipsed with the countless ones that workers constantly have to suffer through every day. So it is in this moment that we recognize this emergency and have to demand of our leaders that they actually take the steps necessary and put forward the solutions necessary to keep working people safe. I know that I will be standing out here with Congressman Kassar until this is done, and I hope that we can keep the fight going forward, because ultimately, folks like Governor Abbott and Governor DeSantis back in my state and their wealthy donors and their ultimate allies are nothing without the working people who make this country. Without the people who pick their food, who build our homes, who take care of our loved ones, they are nothing. And we have the courage to stand up here today and fight alongside our workers, and our workers haven't been here themselves to demand what we need. Thank you so much.
This is JP. Hey, I'm Saul. I'm the policy director at the Green New Deal Network, and I'm thrilled to be standing here with Congressman Greg Kassar as he embarks on this third strike. The Green New Deal Network stands unequivocally with Congressman Kassar in this effort, and we're absolutely horrified by the villainous behavior from Governor Abbott in Texas. What he's done is the equivalent of going up to someone in 110, 115 degree heat when they have one bottle of water left when they're working out in a field, working on a construction site, and batting it out of their hand, pouring that water down into the grass and walking away. That's the type of behavior that we're seeing from the governor of Texas when you issue a regulation or pull back a regulation at this scale. How can anyone say that the bare minimum regulation of letting people drink water and have shade when it's 100, 110 plus degrees all over the country? 49 million people are experiencing dangerous heat today in the United States. That's almost 1 in 6 residents in this country. And the notion that a governor can take away the very basic human rights of access to clean water is horrifying and wrong. President Biden literally has a standard in progress that he just needs to expedite. There's nothing that needs to be done at the congressional level. State governors need to be enacting standards too, but this is an issue that's increasingly being seen all over the country. So the Green New Deal Network is proud to stand with Congressman Kassar as we see temperatures approach 100 degrees in Montana and all over the country. We know that the federal standard is the bare minimum, and yeah, it might be hard to expedite a heat standard, but guess what? It's 110, 115 degrees. This is the hottest summer in the history of the world. We've never recorded a summer like this before, and it would be the bare minimum for the president to step up and stand with Congressman Kassar, stand with the climate emergency that we're facing, and make sure everybody has access to water and shade. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Okay.
If you'd like to hold it.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit better.
I'm here today to support my colleague Greg Assad and all of his partners in labor movement in his home state of Texas. It's not just that water is life, it's that if you don't get water, you die. You die a horrible death. And it is not something that is a luxury. It is absolutely a human right, access to water, being treated with dignity and humanity. That's why I'm out here with Greg, supporting his cause, and the people of Vermont absolutely stand with Greg Assad.
Thank you so much.
You got it.
Hi, how you doing? My name is Leonard Aguilar. I'm the Secretary Treasurer of the Texas AFL-CIO, and I'm here on behalf of our 240,000 members that we have in the state of Texas. We just want to say thank you to Congressman Casad and the work that he's doing, and the rest of the folks, the rest of the Congress delegation that signed on to the letter. What we're looking to do is try to get dignity and respect in the workplace. Water breaks and rest breaks are just a simple thing that we should have in Texas, especially. Construction is one of the deadliest industries in the state of Texas, and we need to recognize the issues that are there in front of us. And with House Bill 2127 moving the way it has and being signed, it's just causing more opportunity for workers to be in danger as we move forward with the Texas Senate.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Nicolás. Pues estoy aquí presente para apoyar a todos los trabajadores que trabajamos en construcción, porque el calor es extremo y hay mucho muerto en Texas. Por eso estoy aquí en contra de la ley que está poniendo el gobierno de Texas.
this fine? Do I need to hold it this close, or is this submission?
Whenever you're ready.
All right. My name's Ana Lilia Mejia. I'm co-director for the Center for Popular Democracy. It is the largest grassroots network across the country with 48 affiliates in 38 states, plus Puerto Rico and DC. In fact, today I'm surrounded by many of our incredible leaders from across the country who stand together, united with many other leaders from across Texas, denouncing the brutality of the Abbott administration. The bottom line is that water is life, and to deny workers not only their dignity and their protections, but a fundamental element of life is incomprehensible and inhumane. We are calling on the Biden administration to immediately take action to protect workers like many of us who just deserve dignity, deserve an ability to live, and working should not be a life sentence. And so for us, we demand that OSHA take action to make new protections, federal protections for workers. We demand that workers across the country pay attention to what's happening in Texas, because it is clear that only united can we defend all of us and stop the aggressive brutality that we see from the Abbott administration and perhaps others to come. Thank you. Yeah.
you.
see them, but I just, it's like we're like getting close to the halfway point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Charlie. Hey, Ben Jealous.
How are you?
All right, it's good to see you.
Great to see you as well.
I'll have my staff call. We'll make time and get together, figure out how to work
For
together.
sure, would love that.
Thank you for all you did to make the Green New Deal real.
No, of course. Thank you. Thank you so much for everything.
Good to see you.
So wonderful to see you.
Ben, we appreciate you.
All right,
good job. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, we got another special guest.
So much for coming here, for your activism, and for your ability to stand together. Of course, we're in the presence of royalty with the Come on here. I can't even believe that we're even here together. But I just want to thank you all so much because it truly is this activism, and it has only ever been this kind of activism that has secured the gains and advancements for working people. For Black workers, Latinos, working class workers, low-income workers, the poor. It has only ever been through direct action and organizing that has created the pressure to actually develop responses. People often think, and I often say that, they'll say, oh, we're electing leaders to Congress, but Congress is a fundamentally reactive institution. They follow where the movements of people have led. And they have followed where the movements of people have led. And it's only through creating this increased pressure and this ratcheting up in pressure over time that we're able to make change. There has to be a spotlight on Texas for their cruelty. There has to be a spotlight on Governor Abbott for his cruelty. And over and over and over again, they will try to convince us that direct action like this is pointless and that no one is listening and that it doesn't matter, and they do that for a reason. They do that because they want us to stop. And they want us to stop by trying to diminish us and tell us that it doesn't matter. But it does. Each of these things slowly chip away at the authority that these people have. And eventually, when it happens, it always feels like it's overnight. But every overnight shift is usually years in the making. It's years in the making of organizing and chipping away and building and working. We will have our day in Texas. We will have our day in Texas. And we are organizing with that commitment. This is a state that is going to transform. It has no choice but to transform. No choice but to transform. Because either we transform or we die. That's really where we're at right now. Especially with the climate crisis right here upon us, it is undeniable. And if we do not change, everything about our livelihoods is on the line. And I'm so thankful to you all for the love that you have for your community and each other to stand up for it and to fight for it. And you all give us so much inspiration. Thank you so much, Representative Greg Casad, for your leadership on this and for also being part of bringing all these folks here, because a really important part of this activism is forcing these folks to look you all in the eye.
Yes.
To look you all in the eye with the consequences of their decisions. And to let them know that it is actual people, their people, that are being hurt by this. And over time, they will not be able to continue looking at you in the eye anymore. They can't. And that's why they don't want to make eye contact with you. That's why they want to pretend that you don't exist, because they know that they can't bear it. And they know that we can't bear it.
That's right. I believe in you.
You all are contributing to a change in the tide. It is changing. Texas is changing. This country is changing. And we will see the day when this state shifts, and it's going to feel like it's overnight, but it's going to be because of your efforts. It's going to be because of your efforts and what you're doing tonight. So thank you. All right.
I want one of the pictures too. And after 5 years.
Katie.
I gotta get her out of here.
sit down. Y'all doing it over the street?
Ben, Chrissy, we're gonna be going. Do you want to wait? For a second. Let's wait for a second. So we have been checking his blood pressure every couple hours now, just to make sure that things haven't changed from the original baseline that we got. As you are out in the heat, you lose fluid, you're sweating. We just want to make sure that he's not like hypovolemic, where he's losing too much fluid, and that can cause his blood pressure to drop. We're checking his pulse as well. As you're losing fluid, your heart has to pump faster to compensate for the lack of fluid. We're going to grab a temperature, and we're also going to be grabbing an oxygenation.
Yeah. For folks watching, I appreciate everybody setting the note out about what it is we're out here doing. People have asked me if it's challenging, but the thing is, I know it's hotter back home in Texas. It's really humid here. It's like sunny on one side and thunder clouds on the other side, so it's real humid. But I know it's not nearly as hard as what people are already having to put up with out there at work. But I see this kind of action in the tradition of what other people have done, and it's just so awesome to have people like the Lotus West out here that have been doing this kind of action, for decades before and inspiring us to do this work. So thanks to the nurses here, you guys, for checking on me. Y'all may have seen their struggle fighting for better working conditions and better staffing at the hospital in Austin. And
I might do another one because I was like one place. Temperature looks good. You have to be hard to feel.
I'm sure it'll get worse before it gets better. How are we getting the sun and it's cloudy?
Yeah.
What time is it?
Thank you. Oh my God, it's okay.
Thank you guys. We'll keep in touch. Keep watching. Keep sharing.
All right.
It's center. Gotcha. This guy from I kept telling him, I promise we're gonna get the check to you tomorrow.
Oh, I'm great. I just had pizza.
floors. Hey guys, I've got some cool news. So I just got a phone call from the Secretary of Labor, Julie Sue. So yeah, she's the new Secretary of Labor. Has been a real fighter for workers' rights. She's from California, just like Dolores Huerta. And she wanted to thank each of you all for being out here, driving attention to this issue. Because like you know, there are so many big money lobbying interests that push back against good things getting done. And so having people out here calling attention to the issue provides that support to the Labor Secretary, provides that support to the President to finally get this done. Because it's been talked about for a long time, lots and lots of talk about federal heat protections for everybody across the country. And this is going to be the time we can finally get it done. She said, I want you to say thank you because this is what we need to finally get something done. We're working to get something done. So we want to thank her and just knowing we're getting a call from literally the top person in labor at the White House goes to show how important this is. So thank you guys.
People power, people power. You gotta create a pathway.
We have to create a
Okay.
We're talking about
Thank you for coming, man. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, of course.
I appreciate it, man. I think we're gonna be live on our live stream.
Okay.
If you wanna say what's up to folks really fast, introduce yourself.
Hey everybody.
Hello.
I'm Congressman Maxwell Alejandro Frost. I represent Orlando, Florida here.
Yeah.
I am. That's what they tell me. But just honored to be here in the space with you. And what an honor that we have someone like Greg Cassatt in Congress, who's unafraid to be here on the Capitol steps in solidarity with the communities, not just in Texas, but across the entire country. And I owe a lot to Greg as my brother here in this space. And he's showing what advocacy and what real representation is. It's about being unafraid to do what you need to do to advocate for the people, no matter what it is and no matter who you're challenging. And right now, we're calling on the president's administration to do the right thing and ensure that we're protecting workers in all climates across this country, especially in light of the climate crisis. We need to ensure that no worker gets left behind. So I'm just here to support. I'm here in solidarity with my brother, Greg Cassatt. And thank you all for being here. It's an honor to be in this space with you. And yeah.
What keep in Texas and in Florida, folks sometimes don't feel that much hope.
Yeah.
But one of my favorite quotes is that hope isn't a door. Hope is thinking that you will eventually find a door.
Yeah.
In the darkness, in the hallway, in the corridors, in the paths that haven't been traveled yet. So what should keep people going? What keeps you going? Obviously, your state is tough too. It's hot too.
Yeah, we have that in common with our states, right? Yeah. Our states are being run by neo-fascists on the right wing. How you doing? Are being run by idiots, right-wing idiots who don't care about the people, right? My state's being run by someone who's more interested in running for president than running the state of Florida. What gives me hope? It's the people. And I've been organizing since I was 15 years old because of gun violence. I'm a survivor of gun violence. That's the issue that activated me. And at the hardest times of this work, I was thinking about the fact that I've been to over 60 vigils since I was 15 years old. And the interesting thing about the gun violence movement is the peaks of our movement when the most people actually care about the issue is also paired with the most carnage, when the most people are dying. And that takes a toll on you emotionally. And I was just thinking about this morning. But what's kept me going are the people and the organizers and the movements that I've been a part of. There's that Maya Angelou quote I always think about. I come as one, yet I stand as 10,000. This is personified here today with Greg being here with all of you. And thank you for being here because it's giving me hope as we come into this building for this week. We go on recess for a month. But I come as one and I stand as 10,000. That's what I think about in the state of Florida. Oftentimes we get labeled, and you do too, as a red state or this and that. But Greg said it, we're not red states, we're under organized states. And we're working to change that every single day. Florida's not a red state. We're a state of millions of working class and the working poor who are fighting and crying out for relief and what we deserve. And we're both states that are on the front lines of the climate crisis too. So we understand that nexus of how it's connected to the working class and working people. And but what gives me hope is it's y'all. It's the people back at home. That's why I love being home, and why I love being here with my brother and serving here.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Maxwell is really special people, so I hope that we all get to take a picture with you before you have to go. It's just we came into Congress at the same time, but not just get sworn in at the same time. We were running at the same time and on the phone with each other as we did this together, and that's what really keeps me going and made me think that we really needed to do this here today. Is that going by yourself and filing a bill, or just going by yourself and giving a speech is fine, but the things we do together is what really makes a difference.
Yeah.
And so we've been on this journey together as brand new members of Congress. Y'all are here with us through all of this, and that's how we're trying to do this job differently.
Yeah.
Not just file a bill or give a speech; those are important things to do, and we will do those. But go all day without food or water, or really bring young folks here to push on the issue of gun violence, or to really tackle climate change, engage in direct action. Maxwell and I are both, members of Congress that are proud to have rap sheets and have been arrested at civil disobedience. And in the tradition of those that taught us. And so we just appreciate having you here, man. Let's hear it for Maxwell.
Yeah. And just looking around at this multiracial,
multi-generational movement of people. This isn't just the young people here. It's not just, it's everybody. And so that gives me a lot of hope. This looks like Texas, right?
Yeah,
It looks like Florida too. That's the amazing thing about our states. And, I think Greg and I are a small piece of this movement of progressives from the South. And our movement, sometimes it looks and feels a little different than it does around the country. Our states have a history, but it doesn't change what we believe in and who we are. And so I'm proud to be a progressive from the South, and we're going to build a new South. So, yeah.
Working hard to make it look like California.
All right, let's all go take a photo.
Yeah.
Who wants to take a picture?
All right, y'all. I know we're back.
BW back here.
Happy sunrise. Obviously, Latino victory. Okay. Ready?
All right.
Who are we looking at first? Here?
Yeah.
Everybody. Of course. Yeah. I'm gonna hang out here for a little bit.
Thanks, y'all. If you want, you can take a
and thirst strike. So I haven't eaten food, no drinking water, no breaks here from the sun, and maybe even from the rain all day. So that's it's a hunger and thirst strike in the tradition of farm workers, in the tradition of the labor movement, and the civil rights movement tradition. And we're on this hunger and thirst strike because Greg Abbott, like so many other extreme right-wing officials, just like Governor DeSantis, is participating in the cruelty Olympics, trying to do the worst things he can to people instead of trying to help people. And he just signed a law taking away people's right to a water break at work. And it's like the hottest month in human history. And that's when the governor of Texas is taking people's water breaks away from them. We've already had Texas workers die in the weeks since he signed that law. And so now here with Maxwell, alongside other members of Congress, no water, no food, no breaks, to call attention to it and to ask the president to finalize a new rule to override governors like Abbott and give everybody the access to water breaks and shade that they need. And so I'm happy to answer any of your questions. But Maxwell, I feel like this is, Maxwell and I have been friends. We were both organizers before we were in Congress. We both come from southern states. And so maybe we can talk a little bit about direct action for folks watching and why we're trying to do that in Congress.
Yeah, and it sounds like a good thing people could do if you're watching and you want to be helpful. I would say maybe tweet or make a post at the president and urge him to work at finding a solution and ensure there are protections for workers, especially as we come up to the next summer, which will probably be hotter than this one because of the climate crisis. Does that sound right?
Yeah. Highlight the issue. Talk to your friends. You can post on social media, both bashing the governor for what he did and creating the opportunity for the president to do the right thing. Part of why I ran for Congress is we know that this does a horrible thing. Abbott does a horrible thing. We have a chance up here at the federal level to undo it and draw attention to it through these kinds of actions. Do folks have questions about this?
Yeah, does anyone have a question?
We got the question button on here. Let's see what people have.
Keep up the amazing work. Thank you.
The solidarity is nice.
And here, let me just show kind of like the scene
what's
here.
going on here. Yeah. We've got folks here from the IBW and the Electrical Workers Union, Texas Organizing Party. We have the what is it?
Can I
founded
come up here? I'm on live, and we're just talking about what's going on here. Do you have any words of encouragement for the people watching?
I did some goofy legislative law. So many people came from all over different organizations. They're all day to day. He's testing. He hasn't had water. He hasn't had any food. And he's doing this in the spiritual offering. Another organization. Texas state. And he's supporting the laws of the governor and his opponents have passed. More people are going to die. And so right now this is bringing attention to what's going on right now, but also to really, as the Biden administration, to act quickly and swiftly to stop what they're doing. Greg Abbott and his colleagues are doing this wrong. We have to protect them.
Sí se puede.
Sí se puede. Sí se puede. We are trying to make this truly respectful too. We have families here who lost loved ones in heat, and it's just, even though it's awful, what Abbott's doing more than anything, I feel like it's just truly disrespectful to the human spirit.
Exactly, and especially at this point where, again, we understand with the climate crisis, our summers are getting hotter, it's getting worse.
And I think you're making a good point here that I keep wanting to connect is like the workers' movement and the climate movement are like having to become more and more interconnected.
Exactly.
Right? Like in the past, you might have heard of sometimes the workers' movement being here, the climate movement having disagreements between jobs and the environment. There's not going to be any jobs on a dead planet. And we obviously have to take care of workers in the climate crisis. And if we care about the climate, we should care about it being hot and people need water. So I feel like this really interconnects those things.
We have another question. Someone asked, is there a petition or any way we can donate? So I guess it's in general.
Yes, I know the farm workers, if you go to the United Farm Workers Instagram page, they have a petition going out there pushing on the Biden administration to do the right thing. There's amazing workers groups here, Workers Defense Project from Texas, Texas Organizing Project, a lot of the unions. Those are always really worthy causes for you to go and check out. But partly, this is what you guys sent us to Congress to do.
Yeah.
So we appreciate y'all.
Let me see here.
What else?
Where can we get info on how to start a union?
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Well, I think the great thing about unions is that I read this tweet the other day. It said, I love how most unions start with two coworkers coming together and saying, what the hell, right? And that's really what it is. There's a Cesar Chavez quote I love on organizing. They asked him, what's organizing? And he said, you talk to one person and another person and another person. So first, I think it's talking with your coworkers in your working space and talking about what are the things you want to see. And there are great unions across the country that will literally unionize anyone. We're actually, CWA is here. CWA is a union that will literally organize any work profession. And so I would definitely reach out to some of those locals and figure out how you can get support on starting a union.
And in a lot of cities, you'll have a central labor council, which is where you have kind of the gathering of a bunch of different unions. That's a great place to reach out and figure out which union is most organizing in your workplace, in your work area. There's also, I think, the Emergency Workplace Organizing Committee that I saw Alexandra was highlighting the other day, that also provides a bunch of those resources. So that's a really cool place to plug in. What are the questions you have? Sorry, it's bright out here. It's sunny. Let's see what else you guys have. How is a law like that legal? I bet you're asking about the governor's law taking away water breaks.
I ask myself this about almost every law that passes in Florida and Texas, but
So when I was 21, I was a labor organizer, organizing between 2010 and 2015, especially immigrant workers, especially immigrant construction workers. And we did a thirst strike just like this on the steps of City Hall and won a law that guaranteed people water breaks in Austin. And in 2015, there was a similar thirst strike at Dallas City Hall, won a law guaranteeing people water breaks in Dallas. We also passed things like protections for renters against eviction, fair chance hiring or ban the box protections, so that if you have a criminal background on your criminal background check, that you actually have a chance of getting an interview instead of being discriminated against all the time. So we passed multiple protections for renters against discrimination and water breaks. And the governor just signed a bill called the Death Star Bill. We didn't just name it that. They call it the Death Star Bill. Like, they're proud of being the bad guys in Star Wars.
That's how it is. They're proud of being horrible.
And the Death Star, would destroy planets in Star Wars. And what this Death Star does is it destroys and bans all worker and renter protections in the state of Texas that are local. So it got rid of the water breaks laws. It got rid of the eviction protections laws. It's trying to get rid of those anti-discrimination ban the box laws. And so that is, and the question of why would he do that? It's just, that's what the big money corporate lobby wanted. And so that's what Greg Abbott did.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. It's a great question. Let me see what else we have here.
Yo, what's up? We're on thirst strike and hunger strike. I think I'm in my 4th hour now.
You're in your 4th hour?
4th hour of no food, no water, no breaks.
We have one here that's similar to the other one, but so are there any organizations that we can support? Just join, so people just want to know what works they can support.
Yeah, some of the organizations that are here are Workers Defense Project and Texas Organizing Project in Texas, Center for Popular Democracy, Lupe, which is down in South Texas.
There we go. Hey.
The IBW. Our AFT, which organizes teachers. There's
Sunrise was just
Sunrise
here.
Movement was here. Sierra Club was here. There are a bunch of great organizations doing the work.
Climate and labor coming together. All right, let's see here. Do you have any advice for a young high school Hispanic here in Georgia trying to get a career in politics? Well, I don't know much about a career in politics. What I would say is this. I think we need good people in politics, and we need people who are rooted locally. So what I would say is, in Georgia, get involved in the fight, whatever thing that you want to be involved with, whether it's gun violence, housing, labor, the climate crisis, etc. And actually, there's so much energy in Georgia. I remember going up there after I won my election to campaign with Senator Reverend Raphael Warnock, and they had me on the college circuit. And going to the colleges, and we did a Skaters for Warnock event. I mean, the energy was just infectious. I went home feeling incredibly proud. So be proud to be from Georgia. it's definitely a state in the South that's one of the states leading the way in terms of especially youth organizing, and get involved there and find out the issue that you want to be involved in and go all in. And the good thing is there's so many good people across the South, and we're building this new progressive South together. So I would say just get involved locally. And in terms of actual like career opportunities, I find that a lot of times when you get involved in this work, things end up coming up, right? And
I feel like people look for the folks that do the work. You know,
Exactly.
so whether you are the hardest working staffer at an organization, or you're the hardest working policy analyst at a research spot, or whether you're the hardest working organizer in your volunteer crew, or you're the shop steward in your union, we need more people that do the work and yet to earn that respect locally. And now, when I was coming up running in 2014, when I was 24, 25, there weren't that many young folks and young progressive folks that were elected. But then with the 2018 wave, with so many other people winning, now that we have folks like Maxwell that have come through, I just feel like there's now more of a network of support for you and more organizations that support folks that are doing local work on the ground. Maybe we take one last question. I didn't mean to cut you off though.
No. You got everything. Let me see here. So Orlando, I'm gonna answer that Orlando question in a second. Let me put through questions. Hey, from Congressman Castro's office. We'll see you in a bit. All right, we'll see you soon.
Thank you all from Team Castro.
Do you want to talk a little bit about? I think this
what
is
executive order?
Yeah, like what's the ask here from the president?
And so there is a law that says you need a safe workplace. That already exists. But it doesn't say you have a right to shade. If you're overheating, you have a right to a break. You have a right to water. And so employers break those rules all the time. A University of Texas study showed nearly 40% of Texas construction workers reported not getting a water break on the job. And we have more people dying in construction in Texas than any other state in the country. But because we already have the law that says you should have a safe workplace, the president can then develop a rule. That means it's making that law more specific. And they can define it. And they can define it and say, that means shade when the sun is beating down on you. That means if the airplane is 110 degrees, the flight attendants can say, we need to pop off this plane until we get the AC fixed. That means if the warehouse is overheating and somebody's getting sick, that they have a right to water. That means if you're up on a scaffold and you've been up there 4 hours, you should be allowed to come down. And so those specifics are what the administration can do. So Congress passed an amazing law in the past, but it didn't have those specifics, and that's what we're asking the president to roll out.
Thank you for the questions, y'all. There's one Orlando specific question I gotta answer.
I gotta talk to the constituents.
Are there any local unions we can volunteer with local to Orlando? 100%. There's so much work going on right now, and what I'll uplift in Orlando specifically is right now our Teamsters, specifically Teamsters who work for UPS, are going through negotiations, and on August 1st, if there's not a deal that UPS can come to with the Teamsters, there's going to be a strike. And the goal here, and I was talking about this with a friend, that I feel like, especially online, people are I'm trying to find the right word here, but they kind of glorify a strike as like a fun thing, which there is from this work. But a strike is a tactic that unions don't want to have to use, right? It's tough. It's a hard thing. And so everybody wants there to be a UPS to come to the table with a contract that's actually worthy of Teamsters and the workers. They haven't done that yet. And in Orlando and across the country, there are practice pickets going on, practice demonstrations going on, and you can join the Teamsters in their effort in Orlando, and it helps show support across the country. And no matter what happens on August 1st, we have to be 10 toes down labor, especially here. Oh, I'm seeing that Teamsters and UPS just reached a deal. That just happened.
I just, as we were clicking in, hearing that there might be a tentative agreement, which would be really good.
Okay.
Let's keep an eye on it.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. But that's breaking news for me. So hopefully that's true.
You can see we've been out here grinding at a thirst strike. Somebody just came and mentioned that to me right
now. Okay. And so either way, send me a DM too if you're in Orlando. We can connect you with some amazing local labor organizations that are helping to support labor in Orlando. Hospitality is so important.
Something else for you to keep an eye on is everybody's. Something we're seeing all over the place is people trying to take over school boards with these extreme right-wing tactics. I know that's something that's been going on in Florida, just like in Texas, book banning, all this stuff. Making sure, even at the local level, your school board makes a huge difference. And we're seeing a lot of teachers unions and teachers getting activated on that. So that's something that everybody's got a school board. because everybody's got a school district.
Exactly.
So, you know, if you don't got a union, let's build one.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate y'all.
All right. See ya. And thanks to Greg.
Thank you, man.
All right.
Bye.
Perfect. Nice stuff. Here, let me share.
Guess what time it is?
Health check time?
Health check time. We have a ledge thing we got to talk to you about too. So. He is not here on my first.
Oh, yes. I heard that he was out of town.
I'm just going to stop by, but not for business.
Oh, hey, that's cool. His member.
I have an okay.
Do you want to let Chris know?
Did you know? Okay, yeah, you just keep it there.
I'm not on. Because I'm up here.
How are you?
Because I'm here.
Everyone's favorite time.
How are you? I'm Dave.
Well, we agreed for it to go out to the membership.
I think that for some reason you look familiar. I know
Do it? No.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So I will have one there.
Yes. Hi. Literally, as I was leaving.
Now it is.
All right. That's good to say. I heard about it.
Go.
Oh, thanks.
Well, hi everyone. We're entering hour 4 of the third strike, but it's not as hot as it is in Texas, so we're still doing all right, right?
Not even hot.
We're joined here by somebody who's been a real leader, not just on progressive causes, but on causes of labor, causes for working people, for everyday people. He's a friend. He's an inspiration. He keeps us going. This is my friend Jamal Bowman, member of Congress from New York.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I just want to send my deepest condolences to your family. So sorry for your loss, and thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for continuing the fight. It continues to astound me that we have to fight for things that are basic human needs and connect directly to human rights. The right to shade, the right to a water break is common sense. And all of our policies, whether it's in Washington or at the state or local level, should be rooted first and foremost in our humanity and human rights. But unfortunately, historically in this country, as you all know, that has not always been the case. Women have gotten the short end of the stick. People of color have gotten the short end of the stick. Farm workers and labor in general continue to be disrespected and dehumanized by policies like Greg Abbott's policy in Texas. And it's happening, as you know, all across the country. It's happening in corporations. It even happens in places like New York, if you could believe it or not. So I just wanted to come out here and show my love and support and solidarity with you. Thank you so much for this fight. I am with you as a co-conspirator. You are going to win this fight. We are going to win this fight. And we are going to win so many more fights to come. Because no matter what happens, this institution of power is nothing without the people. Corporate power is nothing without the people. State power is nothing without the people. And the people right now are organizing across this country at the level of the civil rights movement and beyond. And that is how we are going to win. So thank you all so much. I'm going to hang out with you for a little bit, go do some more stuff, and then I'm going to come back. I love you all. Thank you so much.
Take a picture of Jamal. Mark the hour.
Okay, everyone tries to squeeze in like last time.
Can we all like yell one thing out like I
¿Sí se puede?
Sí se
puede. Sí se puede.
All right, one more.
Catherine, 1, 2, 3.
Sí se puede.
She's in my group picture, photographer.
joining. I'm Congressman Greg Casar. I represent the heart of Texas, and we have people here from all over the country, and so many people that flew in from Texas that cannot believe that Governor Abbott took away, in the hottest month on record for so many of us in Texas, took away people's right to come off of a scaffold and get a drink of water while working in the sun, taking away the dignity and respect that so many workers deserve for building our country and building our economy. But we're out here not giving up, and we are out here pushing and asking for the Biden administration to accelerate a federal rule to give everyone the right to water, everyone the right to rest, everybody the right to take a break if they're feeling sick, because we can't have more people die on the job. It is hot out here in Washington, D.C. It is humid, but it is even hotter in Texas. San Antonio had its 2 hottest weeks in recorded history this month. In June, there was a record number of people hospitalized for heat exhaustion. If we want to address it, we can. Our democracy was built for us to care for one another, to do the decent thing. But unfortunately, big money lobbying and corporate money pushed Governor Abbott to sign a law to take people's rights away. Well, we're going to bring those rights back. We're going to bring those rights back to Texas. We're going to expand those rights. We're going to make sure everybody can be safe on the job, be paid a living wage, have the right to organize, be able to afford their home. That's what Texans deserve. That's what Americans expect. And that's what we're out here doing. And so I think I'm out here in my 5th hour of no water, no food, and no break. And I'm going to stay out here all day or until the nurses pull me through sun or even through rain, because I got sent here, got elected to Congress to do my job. There are people back at home doing their job in the 105-degree heat, doing their job that pays for too little, doing their job while the rent is going up. And so we're out here doing our job, advocating for the everyday people in Texas, keeping hope alive across the country, that we don't have to live in a country where we feel like our rights are being taken away bit by bit. Instead, we can be in a country where we come together, beat back these big corporate lobbying interests, and have a decent workplace, have a decent life, have a decent quality of living for our communities, whether you're black, brown, or white, middle class, or working class. Everybody deserves that kind of respect. So we're out here on Thirst Strike to respect the American people. What do y'all say?
Yeah!
¿Sí se puede?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mike Martinez. I'm a former Austin City Council member. And in 2010, Congressman Casar was an organizer for a Workers' Defense Project. And he and the construction trades came to us on the City Council and said, we're not given rest breaks, and we'd like to know if you'd support us. And so in Austin, along with my colleagues, we did. We enacted an ordinance that allowed a 15-minute rest break every 4 hours, access to water. Very basic, very fundamental, but much needed. And we see ourselves today, 13 years later, in the most ridiculous position ever of having to fight for this again because of our legislatures, certain legislatures, especially in Texas, who have overturned those local ordinances. And so now, thankfully, we have Congress members like Congressman Casar who are here at the federal level. And this is where we take the fight to make it a national rule, a national law, so that people will have the basic rights to take a break, to go to the restroom, to get a drink of water. And this unbearable heat that we have faced this summer all across this country. I just came back from Arizona visiting my Aunt Candy. It was 115 every day that we were there. I can't imagine, I can't fathom the people who are out there working day in and day out to provide for all of us, for the communities, building the communities that we all live in and that we enjoy. And so it's an honor to be here with Congressman Casar. It's an honor to continue to fight for this basic fundamental right for our workers. And I'll leave you with this. As a business owner myself, and as someone who knows many people who own and operate businesses, if you can't find yourself in a position to give your employees 15 minutes to take a break, to get some rest, to get some water, maybe you shouldn't be running that business. So we're here with you, and we will stay here until the change that we are seeking is made. And I thank all of you for being here today and for keeping this fight going. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Good job, Mike. I'm Philip Kingston. Tengo orgullo estar aquí con líderes poderosos como ustedes. I got my picture with Dolores Huerta, and I'm a sweaty mess, and she's not even sweating. I don't even, but I love that picture. I've already texted it to some people. So I was on the Dallas City Council for 6 years. I had a very successful career, most of which was based on copying Greg Casar. Whatever he did, I tried to do, and it seemed to work out pretty well. And in 2015, he asked us to, actually in 2014, he started asking us to look at doing a rest break like they did in Austin. And ultimately in 2015, we were able to do it. And my mayor was so mad at the time that he was swearing. It was not an easy thing. Dallas has a very business-friendly culture. I don't know if it's business-friendly when people get killed, but what we're here to do today actually makes me happy and excited. I know that the governor's bill has upset people, but you all have had many wins. And what do you do when you get a win? You defend the win. And that's all we're doing today. This always should have been a federal rule. It's time for the Biden administration, which is doing a great job on many fronts, to push OSHA a little harder for a national rule so that all workers across America have this protection. And it's just as simple as that. And when a president encourages an administrative agency to do something faster, I think they do it. So anyway, I've been fighting for this at Greg's urging since 2014. And I was there when the Granillos came to speak to us the first time. And I think they deserve better.
Thank you. Let's hear it one more time for former council members Martinez and Kingston for leading that fight and passing those ordinances the first time. We're going to get them back.
All right. Good afternoon. Today is a great day here for workers because Dolores Huerta is here with us. And a lot of our Texas union leaders are here today in D.C. My name is Jeronimo Guerra. I'm the president of CWA Local 6143 in San Antonio, Texas. The workers we represent all have water and rest breaks because they're on our union contract. But we don't only represent our workers, we represent all workers. That's why we're here today. The Death Star bill is one of the most racist attacks on all workers. Just think, the governor of Texas prides himself on being pro-life. This is not a pro-life bill. Texas Republicans say they hate big government telling them what to do. Well, this is government stripping the rights of workers right now. The so-called woke situation. This is a woke situation. This is a human rights situation as well. This is a no-brainer, like my brother Homer said. Each Republican and Democrat should stand in line with us and say workers' rights matter. Texas has had 100-degree weather for three straight weeks. And I'm glad to stand here with Congressman Casar because he's one of our congressman leaders that does what he says he's going to do. He fights for workers. He's not afraid to do that either. It's kind of hot out here. But I like this to say is that Governor Abbott needs to wake up, and he needs to understand when workers fight, we win. When workers fight, we win. When workers fight, we win. Thank you, Greg. Thank you for doing this.
Good afternoon to the people of America. My name is Brian Guillermo Garcia. I'm here on behalf of the United Farm Workers. I immigrated to the United States of America from Mexico when I was 10 years old. I am the first generation in my family to go to college. I'm an honors student majoring in economics at the University of New Mexico. However, I have over 7 years of experience working as a farm worker. I started working in the New Mexico desert fields when I was 12 years old. As a farm worker, I was constantly exposed to various weather conditions and forced to work during dust storms, rain, snow, and windy days. I had to wake up every summer morning at 2 a.m. to get ready to go to work, and usually leave around 1 or 2 p.m. In my experience, we only have one optional 15-minute break. During the break, we sit in the field or lay next to onion containers. because there is no built-in shade for us to have breakfast. My job as a laborer was physically demanding. I had to pull onions from the ground, slice the roots with a sharp knife, and fill a 45-pound bucket, then carry those 45 pounds and dump them into a half-a-ton container. I performed this task repeatedly for 9 to 12 hours under the scorching sun. After every day, I was mentally and physically exhausted. I remember several cases in which I was seriously injured. One of those cases happened recently in 2022. 1 month before my 18th birthday, I was working at 110 degrees Fahrenheit. I was exhausted and sweat was dripping off my body. My body felt numb. My hands were involuntarily shaking. When I got home, I noticed the first-degree burns I received on my back. I was in agony for 2 days. Then my skin started to peel off. Despite those burns, I still went back to work the following day. Every time I knelt or bent down to harvest the onions, I was extremely painful. But I had to keep going because we needed the money and nobody else was willing to do my job. In my experience, I have seen many other farm workers suffer. I've seen young men faint in the fields from the heat exhaustion. I've seen other kids cut their hands with the knives we used to harvest. I'm proud to be going to college, but I will never forget those days I spent working in the fields without shade, water, or paid breaks in weather over 100 degrees. The kids like me who are out there right now in the fields deserve to be protected. It is unethical that our employers are not obligated to provide adequate shade, purified water, or paid breaks. On behalf of all farm workers who are working in the fields at this very moment, it is imperative that OSHA takes action to protect all farm workers across the country with adequate heat safety regulations that give farm workers access to shade, water, and paid breaks. These are the basic protections for any of us. We need these regulations to survive. We people in the United States need Congress to pass the Sunshine Valley Heat Illness Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. One more time for Ryan, please, y'all. Thank you. Ryan.
Today, La Unión del Pueblo Entero is joining Representative Greg Casar on this thirst strike. On behalf of the working families in South Texas, the Rio Grande Valley, today we join all of you. My name is Tania Chavez, and I am the President and Executive Director of La Unión del Pueblo Entero, LUPE. Along with members of our team, we're representing the undocumented workers who could not travel to be here with us today. In unity, we stand before you, seeking justice for all Texas workers. While Governor Abbott favors greedy businesses that want to exploit our people, border residents have been on the front lines advocating against policies that put profits and politics over human life. Removing worker protections such as water breaks will put people at risk of death and simply doing their best to support their families and pay their bills. Eliminating guaranteed water breaks will create a dangerous working condition in Texas, especially for construction workers, the people who built our homes, the ones who built our schools, for farm workers, the people who feed every single one of us. Construction workers and farm workers make up a big part of the LUPE membership. We won't stand for policies that put lives in peril. Working Texans deserve better than this. All of us, no matter our gender, our zip code, our race, our age, or where we were born, deserve the right to be treated with respect and dignity at the workplace. We all stand here today, together, as Texans, to stand for each other through these hard times, because these are our Texans' values. We call on the Biden administration to create a federal mandate to guarantee water break for all the workers. Let's do this together. ¡Sí se puede! ¡Sí se puede! When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win.
Hello, guys.
My name is Tony Ponder. I work for the aviation department in Texas. And part of my job is to direct traffic and run crosswalks. And the increments are between 1 to 3 hours at times. It's not that I can't stop to go take a water break or not told to take a water break. It's just the fact that we're so busy, the job dictates that I can't take a water break. So it'd be nice to have maybe some sort of coverage with a mandate at a national level that if I had coverage, it would be covered by that mandate. And also I can go out and take a water break when I need it. It's not that I'm arguing for myself, but I'm arguing and compelling to my fellow peers that I work with, because we go home at times and we're completely drenched in sweat. But it's just the nature of the job. And I just hope and pray that this bill somehow gets passed somehow, some shape or form. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
My name is Greg Regan. I'm the president of the Transportation Trades Department of the AFL-CIO here in Washington, D.C. We're proud to represent 37 transportation unions who know all too well how vital these basic working conditions are, or working protections are, for people to do their jobs. Think about people on the tarmac, driving buses, building your roads, painting your bridges. All of these people need to do their jobs. They need to do it in a healthy way, and it protects the passengers. It protects the users of the system if they're able to be protected and do their job in the right way. Think about just yesterday in Phoenix, Arizona, high temperatures grounded 300 planes. Well, you know who else was on the ground? The workers, the ones moving equipment around, hauling baggage, towing planes. They are the ones out in that excruciating heat, making sure that the system can actually function and operate. So we stand in unity and solidarity with everybody who wants to fight for these basic protections. And let's get this straight. When states fail their citizens, and that's what this bill was, it's a failure to their citizens. That is when the federal government has the responsibility to step up and provide a basic safety standard across the entire country to make sure that bad policies like this cannot harm people and cannot be continued to just wreak havoc on working people throughout the country. So thank you for having us. I salute what you're doing. Keep up the great work, and we'll be there with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Fernando Arista. I'm from the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 520. I'm coming from Austin with my brother because we're here to talk about the Texas Death Star bill and how it's a cruel bill. And I think cruelty is the point, because how can you pass a law in the middle of summer, one of the hottest summers we ever had? How can you pass a law in the dead middle of summer that takes away rights for the workers to take a water break? How can you do that and not be cruel? That's cruelty. And that's his point. And the proponents of this bill, they talk about business. They say it'll help out business and it'll help out the Texas economy. Well, we workers are part of the Texas economy. And if it'll help out businesses, it'll help out businesses at the exploitation of workers. We don't stand for that. Just the other day, out in East Texas, a lineman, a fellow electrician, not part of the union, he died from a heat illness. Justin Corey Foster, much respect to him and his family, R.I.P. He died just fixing the power grid. You know, we electricians, we provide the society with power. You know, you can't turn on your phone without it. You can't do anything without it. Right now, I'm working in a Dell facility building a data storage. You know, these are essential things that we need in our society. And if we need these things, then we need workers. And if we need workers, we need to treat them right. That's why we're here at the Capitol to call upon President Joe Biden and the federal government. We're calling upon them to pass a federal mandate that'll give workers a little break, a little respite in this heat. Just 10 minutes every 4 hours at least. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for showing support.
Hey everybody, my name is Enrique Garza with the Carpenters Union, Local 1266 in Austin. So first off, I'd like to thank Congressman Casar and his team for letting us be here, be part of this. So before I started working with the Carpenters, I was working out in the field with contractors. My trade was interior systems, which is metal framing and drywall. So we're in the projects pretty much from start to finish. And anyone that has been to or lives in Austin or just Texas in general knows how hot it can get, especially in the summer. Anyone that temperatures can go up to 110 up to 115 degrees on a regular basis during the summer. There was a time when these contractors stopped letting us take water breaks due to production numbers not being met. And I believe that all workers all across Texas deserve water breaks, no matter what the stage of the project or what production numbers are looking like on the project. So I'd just like to say that we need to make sure that we protect workers' rights to water breaks, just basic water breaks, no matter what the situations might be. Carpenter, stand with you, Mr. Casar, and we want to make the change as well, so we're here for it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María López, miembro de Houston del proyecto Organización de Texas TAP. TAP organiza comunidades negras y latinas en todo Texas con el objetivo de transformar nuestro estado, donde los trabajadores tengan el poder y la representación que merecen.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lupita Lopez, a Houston member of Texas Organizing Project, TOP. TOP organizes Black and Latino communities across Texas with the goal of transforming our state into one where working people have the power and representation they deserve.
Hay tanta solidaridad y pasión en esos escalones del Capitolio en este momento. Es un honor estar en presencia de líderes comunitarios y del Congreso que están con nosotros como tejanos. Merecemos algo mucho mejor.
There is so much solidarity and passion on these Capitol steps right now. It's an honor to be in the presence of community and congressional leaders who know how we as Texans deserve far better.
Me presento ante ustedes hoy como una madre, esposa orgullosa que conoce la tensión diaria que está en el trabajo en la industria de la construcción. Impone a las familias, es una línea de trabajo que tiene un costo físico, mental, y ni siquiera estoy teniendo en cuenta las condiciones abrasadoras todavía. Cuando agrega temperaturas altas sin precedentes a la mezcla, lo que tiene es un entorno de trabajo que bordea el desastre. Estamos viviendo en esa realidad exasperante y aterradora ahora.
I stand before you today as a proud mother and wife who knows the everyday strain that working in the construction industry places on families. It's a line of work that takes a physical and mental toll, and I'm not even factoring scorching conditions yet. When you add unprecedented high temperatures to the mix, what you have is a workplace environment bordering disaster. We're living in that infuriating and scary reality now.
Al gobernador Abbott le pregunto esto: ¿dónde está su humanidad? ¿Dónde está su conciencia? Como esposa de alguien que todos los días su labor es estar expuesto a este implacable calor extremo, ¿cómo puede privar a los trabajadores de Texas de algo tan simple y esencial como el agua?
To Governor Abbott, I ask this: where is your humanity? Where is your consciousness? As the spouse of someone who each and every workday is out in the unforgiving extreme heat, how can you deprive something as simple and essential as water to Texas workers?
El desprecio de nuestro gobernador hacia las comunidades trabajadoras cotidianas no es nada nuevo, pero su insensibilidad está alcanzando niveles peligrosos que solo resultan en más pérdidas de vidas. Para las familias como la mía, esto es cuestión de vida o muerte. Nuestro sustento es el trabajo de construcción.
Our governor's contempt toward everyday working communities is nothing new, but his callousness is reaching dangerous levels that will only result in more loss of life. For families like mine, this is a matter of life and death. Our livelihood is construction work.
Este es un asunto de derechos de los trabajadores. Este es un asunto de derechos humanos. Este es un asunto urgente.
This is a worker rights matter. This is a human rights matter. This is an urgent matter.
todos y cada uno de los trabajadores de nuestro país, sin importar su nacionalidad, raza, documentación o situación económica, merecen un ambiente de trabajo que respete nuestra salud, bienestar básicos. ¿Cómo es esto de alguna manera irracional?
Each and every worker in our country, no matter their nationality, race, documentation status, or economic status, deserves a work environment that respects our basic health and well-being. How is this in any way irrational?
A medida que el gobernador Abbott continúa tratando de apaciguar a las personalidades de extrema derecha, nosotros los trabajadores de Texas nos unimos para contraatacar y asegurar las protecciones laborales que necesitan nuestras familias.
As Governor Abbott continues down a path of trying to appease far-right personalities, we, Texas workers, are coming together to fight back and secure the worker protections our families need.
¿Estás conmigo?
Are you with me?
Sí. Sé absolutamente que el congresista Casar aquí nos respalda y nosotros a él.
I absolutely know Congressman Kassar here has our back, and we have his.
Juntos aseguremos de que el presidente Biden nos escuche alto y claro. Solo él tiene la autoridad para defender a los trabajadores a lo grande. Los trabajadores al aire libre en Texas y en todo el país que soportan estas temperaturas sofocantes récord, lo buscan para que les proporcione protecciones básicas que aseguren que aquellos que están al aire libre en los elementos tengan acceso al agua y la sombra que se merecen mientras trabajan.
Together, let's make sure President Biden hears us loud and clear on how he has the authorities to step up for workers in a big way. Outdoor workers in Texas and across the country enduring these record high, sweltering temperatures are looking to him to deliver basic protections that will ensure those outside in the elements have access to the water and shade they deserve while on the job.
Mientras el gobernador de nuestro estado continúa fallándonos, no permitiremos ser silenciados. Sé que nosotros como trabajadores podemos impulsar y ganar el cambio necesario. Lo hemos hecho antes y lo haremos de nuevo. Gracias por su tiempo a todos.
While our state's governor continues to fail us, we will not be silenced. I know we as workers can fuel and win needed change. We've done so before, and we will do so again. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias.
Thank you. So we're here in the 5th hour of this hunger and thirst strike. We've had so many members of Congress come through. We had Congressman Chuy Garcia here for a little while. Let's hear it for him for coming through. I only got to announce it to some of you. I had Secretary Julie Su, who is the head of labor in President Biden's administration, gave me a phone call thanking you all for what you're doing today and saying that they need us to keep on advocating for this so that we can beat back on corporate interests and finally get this done. What do you guys say? And we have 2 fellow members of Congress who have joined us. Jamie Raskin and Congresswoman Teresa Ledger Fernandez. So come on up, and if you'd like to say something to the group, that would be great.
Well, it's a great honor and pleasure to be here, and I want to thank Congressman Greg Kassar for his magnificent organizing and galvanizing national attention to the fact that the governor of Texas has been opposing water breaks and rest breaks for the people there. And so we are seeing the birth of a new human rights movement for working people, or people who have to work outside. And I'm glad to see their communication workers here, their postal workers here, SEIU is here. Anybody who works outside has an interest in seeing that government take the necessary steps to protect people who have to work outside in 110, 115 degree weather, which is what they're seeing in Arizona. I think it's over 100 degrees in your district, Greg. Down in Texas, I know we wrote a letter to the U.S. Postal Service about Eugene Gates, a 66-year-old letter carrier who died in the heat in Texas. These are very dangerous conditions that we're seeing developing because of the climate ignorance that is pervading so much of government today. And here on Capitol Hill, we like to say it's not the heat, it's the stupidity. Okay, and it is that stupidity that is causing people to close their eyes to the situation of millions of workers across the country who have to be outdoors in these beastly temperatures. And so we've got to make sure we're taking the positive steps immediately to act on this. We're calling on the Biden administration to develop an OSHA rule as quickly as possible to deal with the heat waves and the right that people have to water and rest given these conditions. So thank you, Greg, for what you're doing. It's an honor to be here with Dolores Huerta, who is such a hero to all of us. We want to salute the unions like the farm workers and the communication workers, the postal workers who've been in the forefront of demanding the changes that we need. And I want to thank you, Greg, for your leadership and for calling us together today. Thank you. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Jamie, que viva Jamie!
If I could say one more word, Greg, we brought with us, you've been helping us, you're a natural born organizer, and we brought with us the young organizers from Democracy Summer from my
Hey guys,
to support you. Come on over. And all these young organizers are here to support the people in Texas who are fighting for decent rules and decent laws regarding the right to rest and to water.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, members.
We fight. We win. We fight. We win.
And we have another amazing organizer and colleague and member of Congress, my friend, Teresa Lesher Fernandez.
You know, standing here, I almost want to cry. Because we should shed tears when they refuse to allow us to have drinks in the heat. We should shed tears when we have such inhumanity to respond to a human crisis, which is the basic right to have water, to have shelter, to have shade. And it is also against every single tenet of religious belief. Have they not heard that when I am hungry, I shall give you food? And when I am thirsty, I shall give you to drink. And when you need shelter. And so do not call yourselves those of spiritual or religious faith if you are unwilling to allow those who toil for you, whether it is building your buildings and your homes, or whether it is picking the food that we will put in your table. If you refuse to allow those who toil for our benefit to have the basic need of a drink of water, do not call yourself somebody who believes in a creator or a God, because you are acting against the fundamental principles of faith and of humanity. And so we should cry for those who are forced to work under these conditions. And we should demand that those who say they are serving the people, you are not serving the people if you refuse to let them have drink. And so we all thirst for justice. We all thirst to do what is right. And we all thirst for working together to make the change that is required. And so I asked you, what I always say is, when we need to have something done, when is the time to do it? Ahora es cuando. So when is the time that we need water for those who thirst? Ahora es cuando. So when is the time that we need justice for those who work? Ahora es cuando. When is the time that we support our union members? Ahora es cuando. And when is the time that we need OSHA to act quickly so that we have no more deaths? So that we actually recognize the value and the humanity in each worker who goes out under the sun to work to benefit our communities. Ahora es cuando. So, que viva! Que viva Greg Casar! Yeah. Que viva! Que viva Dolores Huerta! Que viva! Que viva todos que estamos aquí luchando! Que viva! And let's get
thank y'all. I hope you feel that support. I hope you feel the solidarity. I thought I would be feeling way hungrier or crankier here in hour 5, but I feel more hopeful and energized than ever that we're going to make the change that we're going to need. And to wrap us up, Lindsay from the nurses is going to come close us out.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lindsay Spinney, and I'm a registered nurse working at Ascension Seton Medical Center in Austin, Texas. I'm a proud union member of National Nurses United, and I'm here today with NNU's Registered Nurse Response Network. First, I'd like to thank Congressman Kassar for fighting for workers and for patients today. Nurses are proud to stand with you. Myself and my colleague Taylor are here today to stand in solidarity with all the workers who are forced to work in extreme heat without the health and safety protections they need. I'm going to talk a little bit about what heat can do to the human body from a medical perspective. Heat stroke occurs when the body fails to normalize its own temperature, and body temperature continues to rise, and body's internal systems start to fail. Many organs and the body can be damaged, and death can occur. Luckily, heat-related illnesses are completely preventable with the right measures in place. Normally, sweating helps to maintain a healthy body temperature by increasing heat loss through evaporation. However, as temperatures in Texas and across the world continue to rise, more and more people are at risk of dangers of heat stroke, especially those whose jobs require working outdoors. 2023 will go down as the hottest summer on record, with 17 of the hottest days on record already occurring this year. It's essential for workers to have access to water breaks and other protective measures that can help shield them from the dangerous effects of heat-related illness and help prevent death. There are many factors that contribute to creating an occupational health stress risk of heat-related illnesses, making it even more important for employers to allow employees to take breaks that allow for the safe removal of PPE and have easy access to water, ice, and other cooling measures. As a nurse working in Texas in the midst of extreme heat temperatures, I know that we can reduce the number of patients we see due to preventable heat-related illnesses. Thank you.
What do we want? Justice. What do we want? Justice. What do we want? Water breaks. What do we want? Water breaks. What do we want? Water breaks. ¿Se puede o no se puede? Sí se puede. ¿Se puede o no se puede? Sí se puede. Sí se puede. Sí se puede. Sí se puede. Sí se puede.
No, I gotta get her back to the airport. Okay. Great.
I'm ready. Hello, DC. I'm here gathered here fighting for what's right. You know, I work for DFW International Airport. I'm a bag agent. And over there, times can get tough and overwhelming when we don't have the things, when we don't have the breaks and the things we need to perform our job. At the airport, it's hard. I've been there for over a year and 5 months. We had to fight to get breaks. We had to fight to get water breaks. We had to fight for lunch. We had to fight just to get the things we need to perform our job. And I'm here today gathering with my family to fight for what's right. I think it's unfair that we have to be here today fighting for water breaks. I think it's unfair that we have to be here fighting for meal breaks. I think it's unfair for the people who keep the airport running. I think it's unfair for the passengers that's even getting treated unfairly. If we don't get the water breaks and food breaks that we deserve, then how can we perform a job for those passengers? I deal with passengers come in every day crying about delayed flights, delayed bags, can't find a carousel. And it comes from when you have workers overwhelmed that's not getting the break and not getting the lunch breaks. I'm a bag agent and my job, I basically have to wait until someone come and release me for a lunch break. I didn't been to where I worked the full 8 hours while at lunch. I even had coworkers that almost had to be admitted into the hospital because no breaks, no water breaks. And I think it's so unfair that we're dealing with this right now. And I'm standing here right now fighting for what's right. I just want to, just say a little more thing that people in Dallas, we are frustrated. That's causing a lot of people to be frustrated. We need management to step in. We should be able to take breaks when we want them. We should be able to go to the bathroom when we want them. We shouldn't have to beg for things that we need. And I just want to come today just to say thank you. Thank you. Thank you for everyone that's out here fighting for what's right. And I'm just out here rooting for a good job, just good jobs for good airport at DC. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Es un honor, un placer, un privilegio estar aquí en solidaridad con toda esta gente trabajadora, uniones, grupos que pelean por la gente trabajadora y congresistas, particularmente mi amigo congresista Casar. Good afternoon. It's a privilege and an honor to be here in solidarity with these working people, unions, organizations that fight for working people, and Congress members, particularly my friend Greg Casar. Soy Benjamín Sudavi, presidente de AFSCME 1624. I'm Ben Sotheby, president of AFSCME 1624. Soy de Austin y les puedo confirmar que la gente trabajadora conoce sus comunidades. I can assure you, I'm from Austin, and I can assure you that working class people know their communities. Y en Texas, cuando nos organizamos como comunidades para exigir que nuestros representantes locales pongan leyes para proteger quienes trabajan, para que tengan descansos para agua, es por una necesidad. When our working class people, our communities organize and get our representation on a local level to put in place laws to protect working people like water breaks, it's because it is a need. Y después, cuando al nivel de estatal, el gobernador Greg Abbott firma leyes como la HB 2127 para quitar esas protecciones, es algo muy malo. Then when state level power at the state level, like Governor Greg Abbott, sign laws like HB 2127 to take away those laws, it is really bad. El trabajar no debería ser condena de muerte. Working shouldn't be a death sentence. Por eso es tan urgente que al nivel federal el presidente Biden ponga más esfuerzo en su presidencia para que haya leyes a través de todo el país para proteger quienes trabajan. That is why it's so urgent for President Biden to continue putting pressure on his administration to put law in place, rules that protect working class people across the whole country. Y por eso estamos aquí en solidaridad. And that's why we're here in solidarity. You know, hay mucho que se puede decir, pero en realidad es algo muy simple. Sin vida, sin agua no hay vida. Y sin trabajadores no se cumple nada. A lot could be said about this, but it's actually very simple. Without water, there's no life. And without workers, nothing gets done. Así que gracias a todos que están aquí en solidaridad, gracias a los congresistas que están abocando peleando por la gente trabajadora, y necesitamos estas protecciones ahora, a través de todo el país, para toda persona trabajadora. That's why we're here advocating now. It's so urgent. That's why we need action now. Thank you to the Congress people who are advocating for this. And we need this now. The time is now. We need these protections for all working people across the entire country.
Woo!
Hello, my name is Eric Bond. I'm from Austin, Texas, local union 520, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. And I'm out here standing with my brothers and sisters advocating because our basic workers' rights, basic human rights are being attacked by Governor Abbott. And it's quite frankly, it's quite embarrassing. It's quite frankly, it's a sign of disrespect towards all workers, towards our families in Texas. The bill that he's trying to pass, not allowing our fellow workers the minor courtesy of a small water break in Texas, a 15-minute water break, and the extreme heats that we have to deal with and day in and day out in the construction industry in the state of Texas. I work side by side with many a brother and sister who are not a part of a union, as I'm so blessed to be able to be a part of. And my union, I have a CBA, so we are mandated those water breaks. Governor Abbott cannot take those away, but for many brothers and sisters on my job site, I cannot say the same for them. And I feel very strongly that it is not right for him to take away those basic human decencies from my brothers and sisters. I do not want to be out working with them and have them falling out on a job site because he does not respect them, because they are the ones running this economy for him. They are building these buildings, building the homes. You know, they're all of our infrastructure, it's built behind construction. He could at least have the decency to give them a water break. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Congressman Jim McGovern from Massachusetts, and I wanted to come out here on this scorching hot day to honor my friend and to stand with my friend Greg Kazar and his effort to call attention to what amounts to human rights abuses in Texas. The planet's on fire due to climate change. We have, you know, wildfires all over the world that are burning this planet. And we have people like Governor Abbott who are more interested in his rich friends making profits rather than in what's right for the workers. The workers deserve dignity, they deserve respect, and their rights ought to be respected. I mean, we talk about human rights problems halfway around the globe when we have human rights problems halfway down the block, and they're certainly happening in Texas. And so, this is an effort that Greg is launching, that all of us from all around the country are standing with him proudly, because we can't stand for our own people in this country. Then what good are we? And that's what we're here to do.
Hi there, I'm Leah Greenberg. I'm the co-executive director of Indivisible, proud to represent thousands of indivisible groups all over the country who take action to advance our vision of a just democratic America. And I want to make one thing clear. It is completely ridiculous that anybody has to be out here today. It is ridiculous that Rep. Kazar has to put his body on the line like this today, because what we are talking about is so basic, is so simple, is so foundational to decency and dignity. We're in the middle of a horrendous heat wave all over the country. We are seeing workers suffer serious heat-related injuries, even death. And at that same moment, Republicans like Greg Abbott are working to rip away the most basic, the most foundational protections for workers, all to do the bidding of their corporate masters, all so that they can make a couple extra pennies on the dollar by putting workers in dangerous conditions without care for their basic dignity and decency. So I am so proud to be here today. I am glad to be here today, even though as I'm angry that we have to be, with folks from all over the country, with workers from all over the country, with Rep. Kazar, standing with the 100+ Democrats who have signed onto this letter, ready to support the Biden administration as they, in their push to to ensure that there are water break protections for workers all over the country. We are confident that they can do this. We're ready to stand with them if they do this against the corporations who will push back. We know that this is the kind of thing that we have to do if we're going to stand with working people all over the country, and we are really proud to be part of that coalition and to fight for the decency and the basic respect that workers everywhere deserve.
It's a little more prominent.
Yeah, there you go. Matt, you want to kick us off?
What are you doing? This one, you're gonna do. Is that wait, was it for the social media? I don't know.
Sarah,
I don't know.
I don't.
Where's the concert?
I'll do it. I can do it. I'll do it right here.
Okay.
Oh, just we know how to hold.
Okay. Then it is.
We'll
Okay.
Great, that sounds good. Y'all ready?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, everybody, it's Greg Casada. I'm the congressman from the heart of Texas. I'm joined here by Congresswoman Nanette Barragan, the chairwoman of the CHC, Congressman Robert Garcia, congressman from Long Beach and president of our freshman class. And we're out here with Texas workers. I'm on thirst strike all day today, meaning no food, no water, and no breaks off the Capitol steps in the sun and in the rain to push back against Governor Abbott taking water breaks away from Texas workers in this historic heat wave. He's literally taking people's right away from coming off of a scaffold and taking a break while at work, while we call on and push the Biden administration to solve this once and for all and put in a federal heat standard. So whether you're working in a warehouse, on an airplane, or in a store, or out doing construction work, you should have a right to take a break. And so that's why I'm out here doing this work, and I'm feeling a lot of love and support from people across the community, including my colleagues. So thanks so much for coming, Nanette. It really means a lot.
Well, thanks, Greg. Thanks for highlighting this important issue that we have to protect our workers, and that we can encourage this administration to stand up for workers as well. When our governors of these red states, as Abbott has done, had said no water, no breaks, we need to make sure the administration is doing all that they can. As you all say, the working should not be a death sentence, and we need to take care of our workers. So thank you for what you're doing. We stand in unity with workers. We stand in unity with making sure that they have access to basic things like breaks and water breaks. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm just really mostly proud of all of the workers that are here and the folks that are out here from Texas, and especially proud of my brother and our brother, Greg Casar, for leading this today, and just happy to be here with you, but most importantly to support the workers and the changes that need to be made in our country in this incredible era of just these awful legislation and laws that are really uplifting people. So we're proud of all of you, and proud of you too.
We're here also recognizing, respecting Randy Granillo, a Texan who died basically 8 years ago. This is the anniversary at 25 years old after he wasn't given a water break, building houses in Dallas, Fort Worth. Been 2 other Texas workers that have died just since the governor signed this horrible law, and we're going to keep bringing workers' issues up here, no matter what kind of corporate interests or right-wing interests to try to push their agenda on us. So thank you guys so much. Thank you. Oh, we're joined by Congresswoman Val Hoyle too. Val was Val Hoyle. Hey, how are you? Yeah, from the great state of Oregon. And she was labor commissioner in Oregon.
¡A pelear, a pelear!
A luchar, gracias. All right, thank you guys. The boost that I needed here in the
We'll need the house to continue to shake.
You got it. You got it. You want it with the dome?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, incredible.
the last few hours.
So thank you for doing this. Thank you for drawing attention to this. So yeah, it's an absolutely medically contraindicated set of recommendations coming out of the governor's office in Texas. Just doesn't understand hydration.
Yeah, it's not. I've talked about the cruelty Olympics, where there's two different governors are trying to out-cruel each other instead of trying to take care of people, which is really sick.
Yeah.
But I got a call from Secretary Sue saying that they're really committed to this and they're going to try to push it through, and so it's really good.
Yeah. So
yeah, we can talk to the folks at home.
Okay, good. So let's.
This is Senator Ed Markey.
Yeah, you got that?
Yeah, you got it.
Are we doing this?
Yeah, why don't you just talk into that? Yeah.
Okay. How are we going to do this?
You got it. You don't have to pin it. You can just.
Okay, I got it. Yeah.
You got it.
Yeah. So when I was on my high school basketball team, the coach didn't think it was a good idea if we drank water for the 2 hours of the basketball practice. Of course, he wasn't a scientist. He just thought it would build character if you just allowed for the evaporation of all of the water in your body, if you just sweated it out. But of course, it wasn't healthy. But we've come a long way over the years. But Governor Abbott in Texas doesn't appear to want to understand science of the body and the role that dehydration can play in strokes, in undermining the health of individuals, of endangering workers who are outdoors. In the same way that during COVID, we know who had to work outside. They were the essential workers. Well, they're the same essential workers, but Governor Abbott and people like him just don't seem to want to give them the protections which they deserve for doing the hard work that people who can Zoom to work just don't have to be exposed to in terms of the risks to their bodies.
And do you want to talk about your work on the climate crisis? I mean, Senator Markey's been really the leader for so many of us on climate. How is it that the climate crisis is making this work worse, and how we take care of workers through the crisis?
Well, we're right now in the warmest year in 125,000 years on the planet, and we're living with it. And of course, in states that already have hot weather during the summer, it's even worse, and that's having a profound impact on workers.
Inspired by all the workers and the people that have come from Texas, but knowing that we have support from folks like you, not just in the House, but in the Senate. It means a ton.
Well, thank you for what you are doing in drawing attention to all of the people who get exposed every single day. We live privileged lives, but you're doing something that's very important. You are living their lives. You're living without the water. You're living without the protections that they have to live without every single day of the year. So I can't thank you enough.
Folks out there doing their job, we're just going to try to do ours now.
Well, they're all heroes, but heroes need help, and that's what you're doing, to draw attention from this sometimes heartless institution to those who are most vulnerable to the policies which can really not only undermine their health, but ultimately lead to their deaths. And so your leadership is just historic.
We appreciate it. Can you come say hey to some of the folks from Texas?
Here we go. Yeah, thank you.
Hey everybody, we got a great guest here, Senator Ed Markey, a real hero for so many of us.
Thank you all so much. Hey, are you all from Texas?
A bunch of folks. You could talk about the days when Texas would send a bunch of fighters for workers.
Yeah, well, I did my basic training in El Paso at Fort Bliss, and June and July of 1969. You know what I know? It's hot out in that desert. And what we know today is it's way hotter than it was then. So notwithstanding how used to the heat people can get in Texas or in Arizona or in other border states, it's infinitely worse now. It's historic levels. It goes on day after day, week after week, month after month, and we have to respond. We have to pass the laws that say workers don't have to be out there. when the heat is just too dangerous for them. We have to make sure that we put together the funding that's going to provide the help for those individuals that are going to be affected by this dangerous heat, which is never going to be any less than it is today. It's only going to get worse, worse, and worse. And this climate crisis is, of course, targeting those who are most vulnerable. And those are the people who have to go out and work. It's like the pandemic. They're the essential workers. And who are they? They're black, they're brown, they're immigrants, they're people who are considered to be collateral damage to having the most efficient workplace. And it'll be the lives, the safety, the health of their families that are going to be compromised. So I can't thank Congressman Kazar enough for being a leader, standing up, drawing attention to this issue. And I can't thank all of you for what you're doing. You're here, you're witnesses for all of those people right now who are out working in this heat, and you're challenging this institution. Unfortunately, too many days, if you kick them in the heart, you're going to break your toe here. Okay, but they have to know they're going to pay a price politically. They're going to pay a price at the ballot box. That we're not going to forget this heartlessness. We're going to go out there and we're going to win. And climate change is something that absolutely has to be fought. It's those who are most personally affected. That's who you are. Thank you all so much for what you're doing.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. It's pretty awesome. We've had a leader of the Democrats in the House. We've had senators. Relations Committee, fighter for working people. So,
well, I want to thank Greg for leading this up, and I want to thank everybody who is here. You know, you got to be a moron not to understand that in weather like this, and God knows what it's like in Texas right now, in California, that in weather like this, workers need to have a break and be able to drink some water. Even in the United States Congress, this is not a radical idea that people should not be keeling up. We're dealing now, as you know, not just for somebody to feel good or comfortable. This is life and death issues. If you're out at 110 degrees and you are working, you're dehydrated, you can die, you can collapse, you can get sick. So we need a little common decency here, and that decency says that at a minimum, workers who are out in the heat deserve a water break and the right to stay healthy. So I just want to thank all of you for your fight on this issue. And let's be clear. Climate change, we're seeing it today, is going to make a bad situation worse in years to come. Right? Yes. We got to stand together, fight for workers' rights, and make sure that every worker is out there is working in a safe and healthy environment. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we all thank, just hold it for a second, but I really want to thank Senator Sanders for bringing workers' issues back into the heart of what the Democratic Party is supposed to be. He's just been there, the voice, inspiring so many of us to say that everyday people's issues, not big money issues, is what we should be working on in DC. So let's give a big thank you. Will you just tell folks at home why they should have some hope?
All right, look, we are making progress in this country in a number of areas. And the idea that we're bringing workers from all over the country together to make sure that the environments that they work in are healthy and safe. Climate change is real. It is already causing devastating problems. It is going to get worse. And for people working outside, whether you're doing construction, whether you're working with crops and agriculture, you need, it goes without saying. I mean, it's almost absurd that we have to talk about this. People need the opportunity to take a break and hydrate themselves, or else we're looking at some serious health issues here. And that's not what this country is supposed to be about. So let's all stand together as representatives of working people and fight to make sure that workers get a fair shake in this country. All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
At home watching. I think I just made closing in on 7 hours, no food, no water, no break, and I feel better than ever because I'm so inspired by everybody that stuck it out and everybody that's coming through and all the attention being brought to this. So thank you everybody. We're going to keep on going. Let's go. Oh, to finish it up, we have the luchador from Austin, Congressman Lloyd Doggett. We got electricians, we got folks from the border from Hope, we got defense, we got carpenters, we got IBW, we got AFL, we got AFSCME, we got CWA, got that.
Particularly important, we have Greg Cassar. Sure, I've been over at the healthcare event trying to provide better Medicare instead of having private insurance companies take it away from people. But I want to salute Congressman Cassar because when he was at Workers' Defense, he was working on this issue. When he was at the City Council, he was working on this issue. And now that he's in Congress, right here on the steps of the Capitol, pulling people together, knowing that the kind of outrageous policies of Governor Abbott and interfering with local government decisions to protect workers is just flat wrong. Just like his new policy that seems to emphasize cruelty on our border. So I would salute you and the commitment and the way you've shown that commitment. And I'm pleased to be your partner and support you in all of this effort. Glad to have people come. Reverend, it's good to see you from Wells Branch. It's good to see people from Texas and working people united to turn this around. I just signed on to the legislation that I know Greg is supporting for OSHA to do this nationally. We want them to do it by letter, but also, if necessary, to pass legislation to get them to do what Governor Abbott has undermined. So thank you, Greg.
Thank you. Why don't we all take pictures? Let's all take a picture with Congressman Doggett. Yeah, I know.
I'm going to bring in a coat, although we're kind of acclimated from being
That's right.
Hey, how are you?
All right, y'all, let's thank Congressman Doggett for coming through. colleague who came in my class, Seth Magaziner, and the chairwoman, ranking member temporarily, but soon again chairwoman of appropriations, but more importantly, a long-standing fighter for workers' issues and like a progressive icon that helps a lot of us decide we want to run because we have progressive champions here in DC, and that's Rosa DeLauro.
I just want to say thank you to all of you. I mean, this is a great example of the kind of action that captures the attention of the entire country. I don't know if you all are following, but what you're doing here today with Greg's leadership is capturing people's attention. This is how we make change. This is how we improve the lives of workers all across the country. And I am so honored to be able to show my support for what you all are doing here today. This is about standing up for workers because everyone deserves dignity and safety in the workplace. And I just want to thank you all so much for stepping up and for sacrificing of yourselves to help others. So thank you.
Thanks, Seth.
It's wonderful to be with you. Thank you. It is a very hot day, and we know what water means today to people. We're just standing over there. They're talking about Medicare Advantage and how that's ripping off people as well, and standing out here in the heat. All of you are here. It is your courage that really and your advocacy that makes things change. I said just a couple of minutes ago, the Congress is an institution that responds to external pressure. You are that external pressure, and your leader, Greg Casar, is absolutely unbelievable. He's here 7 hours. He said, I'm sure some of you are here as long as well. But water is life-giving. That is what it is about. And why would we deny people the source of water that could help to save their lives? What could it be in your heart that you say we're not going to provide water breaks to people? What have we gone back to? You know, the Industrial Revolution, prior to that, we didn't go back and look at how workers were treated. That there's no way for workers to be treated today. What we need to do is to make sure that we have the rule that is passed and that makes us have mandatory water breaks, because water breaks are a basic right in our country.
That's right.
And we're going to do it with all of you. I promise you that. They cannot get away with hurting people in the way that they are. It's wrong. And it doesn't reflect the values of this country. It doesn't reflect, our obligations to work in every single day. God bless you. Thank you. We stand strong with you, and when we stand together, we win together. So there we are.
Thank you. I appreciate you all coming through so much. So many people were able to barely make it through the pandemic thanks to you fighting in Congress to make sure that there were eviction protections for people and rental assistance for people and support for local governments and for nurses in our hospitals to make it through. And so, many of us do the work at the local level in the darkest of times during the pandemic. Rosa, you were there fighting with us for us, and knowing that you're here and you, Seth, and so many of us are here really provides some hope back at home. So I want you all to know that the folks that are coming here and supporting us from all over the country, it really means a lot, and you're making a big impact. So
we're
thank
there,
you.
and working shouldn't be a death sentence. It should not be a death sentence.
Right.
We should honor work.
And we're joined by one of our best friends in Texas, Congresswoman Escobar. If you guys have to run, you're free to. Thank you, Rosa. Thank you, Seth.
Hi, everyone. Greg, you are so wonderful to be bringing everybody together and raising awareness and giving us an opportunity to come by and support all of you. Thank you for your incredible activism. Thank you for your voices. Thank you for fighting the good fight. We appreciate everything that you all are doing and the courage that it takes all of you to be here to raise awareness. Greg, again, my thanks to you, a wonderful leader, a compañero in the lucha. Thank you so much, Greg. Really appreciate it.
And you want to tell folks at home in Texas why they should still have hope keeps you going?
Yeah.
You've been doing. Congresswoman Escobar was county judge in El Paso. Got people through so many hard times and crises there. Congresswoman there, where it's really hot, as we know. So a lot of folks feeling like the things we've all fought for, so many things get taken away by the governor. But you keep fighting. What kind of, if you'd let people know, what keeps you going?
People like you, people like you, people like you keep us going and inspired. We have to fight against people who want to take away every shred of dignity. I mean, ultimately, this is what it's about. It's about human dignity. And we live in a state with a governor who looks for every opportunity to dehumanize people. And this is one of many examples of that dehumanization. And it's up to us to make sure that we demand that people get treated with dignity at the very least. And there's so much more to fight for beyond that. And yes, I represent a community that has seen over 35 days of 100-degree temperatures. And a lot of the people who work in communities like mine, thank God for that. I mean, they deliver everything that we need, and we have to be there for them as well.
Thank you. Feel good? ¿Se siente bien? Yo también. Sort of. Ahí vamos. Oh.
Oh my God. See, all will go well.
Muy buenas tardes. Sé que personas importantes, autoridades y todos compañeros que estamos de la lucha. Mi nombre es Eva Marroquín. Vengo en representación de los trabajadores de Austin. Me duele en el corazón porque nosotros sufrimos las represalias de los trabajadores. Como trabajadores sufrimos dentro de los sitios de construcción, limpieza, mantenimiento, en todas las áreas del trabajo en Austin, no solo en Austin, en todas las áreas de la nación. Hoy vengo como madre soltera de 5 hijos. He luchado siempre y apoyado a mi comunidad para hablar ante ustedes y decirles que por favor revoquen la enmienda que nosotros luchamos por poner. Esa enmienda se puso para proteger a los trabajadores, para protegernos a nosotros, y se han olvidado que nosotros somos los que construimos las ciudades. Nosotros somos los que construimos las casas donde ustedes viven. Se han olvidado que nosotros somos seres humanos y que necesitamos agua, necesitamos un break para poder descansar. Yo le pido a Biden que se ponga la mano en la conciencia y que bloquee eso que ha hecho Greg Abbott contra nosotros. Si nosotros estamos para apoyar, tengo 20 años en este país y he dado mi vida para que este país salga adelante juntamente con otras organizaciones. He trabajado duro con la inyecciones contra el COVID. He trabajado duro organizando para que los padres sean ejemplo de sus hijos, juntamente con Proyecto de Defensa Laboral, que me ha enseñado como líder a defender mis derechos. Hoy yo les pido a cada uno de ustedes que me están escuchando, que nos escuchen, que hagan justicia por nosotros. Queremos el break, queremos agua. Los trabajadores hoy en día están desmayando sin el trabajo. Ustedes pudieron ver la compañera que estaba acá. No, en una hora ella no aguantó y se desmayó. ¿Cuántos de ustedes van a trabajar una hora bajo el sol, pero ya se quieren ir a su casa? Nosotros los hispanos somos los que luchamos para sacar este país adelante. Y yo les pido, por favor, que se pongan la mano en el corazón. Le digo a Greg Abbott, nosotros luchamos para mejorar esta nación. Nosotros estamos tratando de educar a nuestros hijos para que sean diferentes, para que no haya delincuencia. Créanme que es difícil soportar que pongan enmiendas que nos están perjudicando. Como madre soltera, se los digo, no es fácil luchar para mantener a nuestros hijos. No es fácil pagar la renta con el mínimo salario que nos dan. No es justo, no se me hace justo. Nosotros limpiamos sus oficinas. Nosotros trabajamos, nuestros compañeros trabajan en aviones. Ellos necesitan sus derechos. Todos necesitamos un cambio en nuestro trabajo. Todos queremos vivir una vida sana y segura en nuestros lugares de empleo. Tanto como OSHA, encontrando las violaciones. Pedimos el apoyo total de las autoridades que nos representan en la Casa Blanca. He dicho. ¿Qué es lo que queremos? ¡Justicia! ¿Cuándo la queremos? ¡Ahora! ¿Cuándo? ¡Ahora! Gracias.
First of all, I want to thank everybody that is out here, and I want to thank my colleague, Representative Greg Kassar, for helping organize this strike and his commitment to trying to make sure every worker has the rights and dignities intact. It is completely painful to know that we are living through one of the hottest summers on record, and that people who are working are not able to take breaks to get out of the sun, to be able to drink, to nourish themselves, while corporations and billionaires are in their suites where they have AC and they have cold water to drink, and they're living a life of luxury. So I stand in solidarity with these workers and trying to make sure that we do everything that we can to support Greg and everyone else in their efforts to pass legislation nationally to make sure people have the ability to be able to take breaks, get water, and get away from the heat, so that they themselves are not risking their lives in order just to earn a living. So thank you all for being up here and in solidarity forever.
Thank you, Ilhan. Hey, everybody. Yeah, we're here with Congresswoman Omar, who is just amazing. Congressman Swalwell from California already. Thank them for being here. We got folks from the Valley, folks from Dallas, folks from Houston, folks from Austin, folks from Atlanta. So if there's just any words of encouragement you want to send us, we headed to hour 8 of the first strike.
I just spoke. So. Well, I thank you for showing solidarity. I'm inspired that he is doing this. I'm horrified for why he has to do it. basic human right to have access to food and water. The dignity of work means that you're able to provide for yourself and your family, but you're only able to do that, obviously, with proper nutrition. And so he works for working people. Governor Abbott is taking away basic human rights. So you being here shows that you're in solidarity with what Greg's doing, but you're also asking the president, to bring, the OSHA reforms as soon as possible, because there is an urgency here. People literally are dying, and we know with the heat that we're going into this summer, more people will die. And so you're here for dignity and rights, and this is the place where that happens. It's the best place in the world, still, despite all the flaws that we have in democracy. These steps are still the best place in the world to bring that change. So I'm proud of Greg for doing this as he goes into hour 8. But this is about working people who, by the way, don't make near what they're worth already, but to take away a water break, it's just cruel and inhumane. So we have to stand up for them. And you are. It means a lot to me that he's doing this, showing leadership as a freshman member of Congress, inviting his colleagues to join as well.
Thank you.
Again, it is such an honor to join Greg and Eric and to stand in solidarity. I am both, I think, mortified of the cruelty that leaders were showing in denying basic rights, but also inspired that we are here uplifting the voices of those who are unseen, whose humanity is being denied. I know that many of us advocate around the world for work conditions that allow for the dignity of people to be recognized. And the idea of working in 100-degree weather without being able to take a water break seems so foreign as we talk about this around the world. But to have it happen here in our own country by leaders here just seems so incredibly heartbreaking, and it's almost hard to fathom that this is something that can take place. And so not only do we stand in solidarity, but we are committed to doing everything that we can to push for legislation to regulate. And I just am grateful to Greg's sacrifice, to our ability to gather here and our ability to make sure that people know that there are many of us that think this is inhumane and that this should not be happening to a single person here in this country, whether they are working in Texas or anywhere else. So, thank you.
I'm feeling pretty good, y'all. I feel good. Oh, no,
Go ahead, can they stand behind him?
My name is Marty Garza, and I'm with the United Brotherhood of Carpenters, the Central South Council in San Antonio, Texas. In Texas, we have nearly 700,000 Texans working in the construction industry. This work contributes over $100 billion to the Texas GDP. Without rest breaks and extreme heat, these workers that are helping to fuel the Texas economy can easily become fatigued, disoriented, dehydrated, putting their safety at risk and putting the economic safety of their families at risk. HB 2127, the Texas Regulatory Consistency Act, signed by Governor Abbott of Texas, targets more than a century of cities' home rule authority in Texas. This home rule is granted to us in our cities by the Texas Constitution, and it gives us in our cities the power to govern ourselves. This attack on local control and on the Texas Constitution by the governor not only impacts the safety of hundreds of thousands of working Texans, but it also threatens one of the engines of the Texas economy, an economy that is built by hardworking Texans who are now more at risk in the job than they were before. We call on the Biden administration to update and strengthen OSHA to better protect the health and safety of our workers in Texas. We thank Congressman Kassar for championing working Texans, carpenters, and other men and women in the building trades and their families as they continue to build our great state of Texas. Thank you.
What Governor Abbott has done and the cruelty that he has exhibited is unfathomable, absolutely unfathomable. All of us here are pushing and have supported the Biden administration and Labor Secretary Julie Sue's rule that she has right now to address this for heat issues that workers are facing across the country. Then we understand that this needs to happen quickly. It needs to happen now. And I'm just really incredibly moved and grateful to Rep. Kassar and all the people who have come out to make this clear that we will not stand for this, and that we, Progressive Caucus, certainly, but all of our members across the Democratic Caucus understand that nothing happens without workers, and absolutely essential for us to stand up for these basic human rights. I see this as a human right to be able to have water, to be able to have a break, to be able to do the work that we do. And I would challenge any one of these Republicans, and Governor Abbott should come out here and go into the fields and work and show. Let's see how he does. Let's see how he does without a break for water, without a rest, without the ability to just take care of your bodily needs to be hydrated. It's crazy. So again, thanks, Greg. Thanks, everybody, for being out here.
We got to go see some of these things.
Hold on. So everybody who's just tuning in, we are talking about Texas not allowing its workers to be able to take a water break. Okay, we're talking about Texas. We're in Dallas, in Austin, and we have 110 degrees, 116 degrees, 120 degrees. People have actually died in Texas in the last couple of weeks because of how hot it is. And we know that Congresswoman Barbara Lee, who's actually from Texas, El Paso, Texas, will like to share a few words on why she's out here with us today.
Thank you so much. Let me just thank all of our workers. Thank you. When we fight, we win. And I want to thank Congressman Greg for your leadership and for bringing this to the United States Capitol in terms of the inhumanity and the dehumanizing policies of, unfortunately, my home state, Texas, including this. To think that workers won't be afforded a water break, it's something that is un-American. This should never be allowed in the United States, and no leader, no governor should even have this in his mind, that he could treat human beings like this. This is immoral, again, as I said, but it's something that we need to rally around in terms of just so many issues that are taking place in Texas that are really dehumanizing and that are oppressive to working men and women, to people of color. And to deny people water breaks is deadly. We have seen people die already. These deaths are on his hands. And so we need to rally around and support the workers and just do what we can do supporting the Biden administration to make sure that this stops and not happen ever again in any state of the United States.
Thank you, Congressman Lee. Thank you, Sherwin Jaipal. Thank you, Congressman Swalwell. Thank you, Ilham, for having us on.
So what message do you want to leave with people?
We should have some hope. Democracy requires hope. They want to crush our spirits, and we're not going to let them.
Yeah.
So I knew we were going to say it. multiple special guests. We've got Congressman Steve Horsford from Nevada, who also chairs the Congressional Black Caucus. So we want to thank Ana Ramirez, who was elected in Chicago to represent from Chicago. We've got Congressman Pereira over there. Thank you for playing mine. If you guys want to pass along a message of hope here to folks.
I'm Steve Horsford. I come out and from the labor movement. I am a part of Unite Here, the hospitality workers and food workers, and understand the importance of lifting up all of our workers. And I want to commend Congressman Cesar for all that he's doing to make sure that we are fighting for worker safety and protections. That's what this is all about. And wanted to be out here in solidarity with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And again, Delia Ramirez, I'm the Congresswoman in Chicago, Illinois. I just got back an hour ago from Arizona. It was 120 degrees, and my friend said to me, it's dry heat. It feels better than Texas. And I'll tell you, I don't know if it felt better or not, but I want to say to you that we are with you in this moment, in every single moment. The idea that someone gets to live in air conditioning, very luxurious every single day, has never had to sit in Texas on an August or July for 5 hours without water, who wants to kill its residents, is unacceptable. It is criminal. So we are going to continue to fight with you to figure out how do we make sure that through federal law, through OSHA, we're able to create the water breaks that every single one of you deserve. Because the truth is, the Governor Abbott wouldn't be or wouldn't have the profits he has now if it weren't for the workers that every single day make Texas move forward. So estamos con ustedes. Le doy gracias por tener el honor de trabajar con el congresista Casar, que está aquí desde la mañanita, sufriendo este sol, pero con ustedes en todo momento. Y cada día que viene aquí, viene bien con mucho orgullo representando a Texas. Listo. Mientras nosotros estemos aquí, vamos a pelear diariamente para que los trabajadores tengan los derechos que merecen. Así que muchas gracias. Seguimos trabajando.
So, Greg, I want to thank you. I know you've been here for a while. I just want to say this. Look, the strength of a leader is not showing disrespecting people. You know, the governor wants to show strength. This is not the way to show strength. Whether you're talking about people that get the basic rights, or whether the way they treat some of the migrants where they don't want to even give them water, that is not the strength of a leader. The strength of a leader is how you treat people. And that's what a governor should do in the state of Texas. I stand with you. I'm here with my friends from CWA and the letter carriers also. The letter carriers, we got in a letter together also to provide a little air condition to the folks that are driving those vans. So again, Greg, you've been doing a great job, and we want to stand here with you on that, brother. Thank you.
Thank you guys for coming through. This is when it was starting to get hard. That was really starting to get break from the steps. I feel more inspired than when I started, even if I'm a little bit more thirsty and beat up, because just so many people have done this work so much longer than me. And said, we're going to make it. We're going to keep going. The nurses have taken an awesome care of Lindsay and Taylor. And I just, I really clearly feel like we could do this again. We could do this again. And we've got to keep being out here and taking action, inspiring people to believe that we can make things work in this building. That we can get the Lighthouse to take action, that we can address the lives of everyday people. I think that message is really connected with folks. And so many people have said, this is different than what we're used to doing up here in DC, and I think that's
Why a thirst strike? Why not,
because thirst strikes have worked. This isn't the first thirst strike that I've organized. Back in 2010, when I was a 21-year-old big organizer, I organized a thirst strike on the steps of Austin City Hall, and we won. We beat back some of the big corporate interests that were trying to stop us from passing water breaks laws in Austin. We did another thirst strike in 2015 in Dallas, passed those water break laws. And those laws, thank you guys. And those laws got wiped out by Governor Abbott this month when he signed a bill eliminating these water break laws in Texas. So that's why we're now doing a thirst strike in DC to overrule Abbott and finally get the job done, pass federal rules. And for that to be the first step amongst many towards a living wage and decent housing for everyone and health care as a human right and not as a privilege. And so I think we need to take more action like this and show people at home that we really are serious, that we really do care. And not all politicians are here just to talk and do nothing. That there's actually
Can you describe what a day in the life is like for someone who is?
There's other folks here, construction workers, folks here who are doing electricians. I'm told there's
No, I just want you all to know I come from Detroit. And one thing that I learned in Detroit, where we birthed the labor movement and all kinds of movements, it wasn't because of who was in Congress or who was in the White House. It was because the people demanded it outside of those institutions. And I mean it. We would have never got the right to vote for many of our communities, Civil Rights Act, labor rights to be able to organize unions in the workplace if it wasn't for us doing movement work like this. This is what makes them move. Is us organizing out in the streets and demanding it. So I just want you to remember that, because again, any transformative change that I've ever seen in this chamber, from the George Floyd justice and policing that got bipartisan support, is because people wouldn't stop marching, they wouldn't stop showing up to offices and demanding change. And so this is how you do it. This is how you elevate and make sure that, again, when Greg, Congressman Kessler is in there talking to the White House about this, he's seeing that it's not just him alone, it's all of you behind him saying that this has to change. So I just want to thank you all so much for being out here. So many can't be here, and you know this. They can't leave their workplace. They can't afford to. But you're here on their behalf, and I cannot thank you all enough for that. It means so much. So thank you for giving credibility to this movement. And yeah, water is life. It is. And I see so many of my families get their water shut off in the richest country in the world. And you don't know, babies get taken away from their mothers because they can't afford to pay their water bill. I mean, it's so connected to the fact that water has to be a right and it has to be accessible to all. So thank you all so much. I really appreciate you all.
Thank you. So thank you, Congresswoman Tlaib. You just really have been inspiration to so many of us to stand up and tell the truth. Say, it is insane that we have a governor taking people's water rights away, and that we're going to get something done about it. And I really want to present everybody from Texas with the chair of our Democratic caucus, Congressman. We've had so many congresswomen here. It's been amazing. It's good to have some fellow congressmen. I have been out of water for 8 hours, heading into hour 9. Congressman Pete Aguilar, friends. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here. We're here for a couple reasons, but one of them, for some of the members, is because of Greg's leadership. And I appreciate what he is doing to highlight how important this issue is. I come from a state, I'm incredibly thankful to come from a pro-labor state like California, where we take it for granted. Those water breaks that we have now put into law for our agriculture workers and our essential workers, but we shouldn't take that for granted, because so many workers in Texas, as Greg has highlighted, live in that fear and lack that right to water breaks. And so that is why the importance of the work that you're doing in focusing on this issue, in asking the Biden administration to pass a rule to ensure that our most vulnerable workers out in the climate where we know heat is getting longer, and the climate is changing daily, to ensure that our workers have just the most fundamental basic right. Thank you for what you're doing today. Thank you for highlighting this. Thank you, Greg, for your leadership, and for so many members who wanted to come and be supportive. We all stand with you, because this is the right thing to do. As Rashida said, Rashida has been on more picket lines on that side than she's been on this side, and standing up for basic rights. So thank you for taking the time. Thank you for flying out here. Your cause, your issue is becoming our issue. And we're never going to lose sight of the importance that our workers provide. So thank you for taking the time. Thank you.
Let's take a picture. We're documenting this thing. I'm looking worse and worse than you guys.
Greg is melting.
All right, show these Congress folks how a little bit of Texas.
More minutes.
comes straight from fighting for the halls of labor, Congressman Chris Deluzio, over from Pennsylvania. I'm going to say what's up to you guys real quick while the nurses check to make sure I'm good over there.
Well, you got a great guy helping lift what you guys are doing to fight for. Greg, the hell of a labor friend. I come out of Western Pennsylvania. We know about labor fights. Homestead strikes, the Pinkerton shootout, fighting for a union. The tactics are different than you guys are fighting today. Solidarity for my people in Western Pennsylvania. Hang in there. Greg's going to keep pushing, and I'm proud to support you guys for your fight for decent, basic rights on the job to be healthy and safe. So stay with it, be strong, get a heck of an advocate in Greg, and I'm with you guys.
Yeah, thank you, man. You want to take a picture here?
Sure. Yeah,
Let's thank Chris, man. Oh, you got the fist out, man.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, let's have you guys say hey to the group. Hey, Judy, come say hi to the group. Good to see you. Let's go and say what's up to our crew in Texas.
Yeah, might as well. Oh, okay.
Yeah, perfect. Hey, you been with the Hey, Texas, how's it going? We're saving some of the best for last year. We have Congresswoman Judy Chu carries the bill to guarantee water breaks and rest for people across the country. All of the California members that come around and say we're glad we have this law in California. Actually, she carried so much of that, so we appreciate ranking member, but soon again chairman of labor here in the House of Representatives, Bobby Scott. Thanks so much for coming. So you'll want to provide us a message of hope and why we should keep fighting even if we have a corporate bottom paid for governor and workers. Please.
Well, thank you for coming out all the way from Texas, and your governor is thank you so much for coming out all the way from Texas. Your governor has been ridiculously and horribly cruel in preventing any kind of protection from heat, especially in Texas, where you've had the worst heat waves of all time. And you certainly deserve that kind of protection. I want to tell you that it was in Congress, in California, back in back in 2005, that we had a similar heat wave, and that's when I introduced the bill to provide heat protections. It was because of a farm worker who'd been working in the fields for 10 hours straight in 105-degree temperatures, fell over, and the vineyards told the son to just take the father home rather than to the hospital. And on the way home, the father died of a heat stroke, a preventable heat stroke at the age of 53. So that should never happen. That's why I introduced the bill. And California actually became the first state to provide heat protections of water, shade, and rest periods, the first state in the nation. So we want to make sure that this is a national protection that every worker should have in case of a heat wave like the one that you are experiencing. So thank you for being here. What you're doing is so very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg, for your leadership, and thank you, Judy, for your leadership. This bill came before our committee over the last couple of years. We've always been able to get it out of committee, but we've got resistance on the floor. These bills don't do that much because you don't have to do that much. A little shade, a little water, a little vigilance, and you can avoid killing people at work. We're leaning on OSHA to see if you can do some of this administratively. But if you just take the smallest steps, you can save lives. A little shade, a little break, but heat can kill. And if you aren't familiar with the symptoms, if you aren't familiar with what you can do, hydration, you can die by working out in the hot sun. And it's getting worse. We've got cities where you've got over 110-degree weather for the last, couple of weeks. People are working out in this kind of temperature. And if they don't take the precautions that these bills provide, people will die. So, Greg, thank you for your leadership. This is very important, and people will survive because you were here.
Thank you so much, Rick. Let's give a huge round of applause for Congressman Scott and Congresswoman Chu. Thank you so much for coming on. Can you all take a picture of this? Keep having these great-looking members of Congress come through while I look worse and worse. Hour. Rashida, come on in here. Let's show some Texas love to these members. Thank you all very much. Everybody. We just reached out. Hey, Congressman, come on in here. Congresswoman, hi. First of all, let's hear it for Congressman Castro and Congresswoman we just reached hour 8 of a full 8-hour workday of no water, no food, no break from the steps and from the sun. And I think it's been a really powerful event. I think folks here from Texas have heard from so many members of Congress and senators from across the country that care about this. And so we're going to go into our closing ceremony hear from a few more speakers, but pretty much here at 8.5 hours. It'll have been all day. It'll be time to break this fast and live to fight another day and go in. And I have to pass votes here a little bit later tonight. But I feel more hopeful and more inspired, and I feel better after 8 hours of this than I did coming in this morning, because I know now that we're going to win. I know we're going to win. So first up, we have a real mentor of mine. She helped me, she brought me on and taught me how to organize as a baby organizer and how to organize my first Thirst Strike in 2010, and that is Emily Tim.
Woo! All right, we're going to keep this brief because Greg is very thirsty. Right? Let's do it. So my name is Emily Tim. I'm a co-founder and co-executive director of Workers Defense Project, former co-executive director. So this is a beautiful full circle moment for me. Greg and I, along with our incredibly brilliant and determined construction worker members in Austin, planned the first Thirst Strike in Austin. And that was 13 years ago. And we stood outside of City Hall just like we have today. It was hot, it was brutal, and they listened. They heard us, and they took action, and they passed an emergency water break policy to protect construction workers in Austin. And then 5 years later, our members fought and stood up and did the same thing in Dallas, and they listened as well, because we know just how deadly it is to work in construction in Texas. And every single year, it's getting even more dangerous with the rising temperatures and the record-breaking heat that we've seen this summer. And so we know that when we fight, we win. Yeah. Right?
When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win.
And so it is, of course, we're facing our sinvergüenza governor, our shameless governor, who's now taking away these hard-fought water breaks that workers in Texas have enjoyed for over a decade. We know that this fight is not over. We are taking this fight right here to the Capitol. We're taking this fight to the White House, to the Biden administration. And of course, Greg is up here bringing us together because we're in this fight together until we win. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I am just proud and honored to be here with each and every one of you. And I know that when we're in this fight together with labor, with faith, with Congress people who are willing to stand up and fight with us, that we will win.
Thank you, Emily. And next we have Nicolás Marcos from Workers Defense Project.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Nicolás Matón Marcos.
Good evening, my name is Nicolás Matón Marcos.
Llegué a Estados Unidos en busca de una vida mejor para mi familia.
I arrived in the United States in search of a better life for my family.
Pero nunca me hubiera imaginado lo que iba a pasar o tener que aguantar aquí el sujeto país de oportunidades.
But I never would have imagined what was going to happen or have to put up to with here in the so-called land of opportunity.
Sufrí golpe de calor, recién empecé a trabajar en limpieza para construcción y luego fui víctima de robo de salario varias veces como trabajador de construcción en Texas.
I suffered from heat stroke, just started working as a construction cleaner, and then was the victim of wage theft multiple times as a construction worker in Texas.
Llegué a PDL porque un contratista no me había pagado por más de una semana, a pesar que sabía mi situación que yo estaba pasando en esos momentos. Era un total de 1,200 que me robó. Con la ayuda del proyecto Defensa Laboral recuperé mi salario.
I came to Workers Defense because the contractor hadn't paid me for over a week, even though he knew that I was going through what I was going through at the time. It was a total of $1,200 that he stole from me. With the help of Workers Defense, I recovered my salary.
Y para nosotros los trabajadores en construcción, bodegas, yarderos y más en el estado de Texas es sumamente peligroso.
For us construction workers, warehouses, yards, and more in the state of Texas, it is extremely dangerous.
Ya que cada trabajador muere cada 3 días según los datos de OSHA.
One worker dies every 3 days according to OSHA.
La razón por la que he aguantado esta injusticia en el trabajo de construcción es por mis 4 hijos. Tengo que luchar porque soy un papá con responsabilidad de sacarlos adelante.
The reason I have put up with this injustice of the construction job, it's because of my 4 children. I have to fight because I am a father with the responsibility of taking them forward.
Esta es una historia que se repite en cada trabajador de construcción en todo el estado de Texas y creo que a nivel nacional.
This is a repeating story for construction workers throughout the state of Texas and I believe nationally.
Y no estaba acostumbrado al calor extremo porque en Guatemala el clima es muy agradable.
I was not used to extreme heat because in Guatemala the weather is very pleasant.
Recuerdo una vez que trabajé sin descanso hasta las 2 de la tarde, me dio ganas de vomitar y sufrí un gran dolor de cabeza.
I remember once when I worked nonstop until 2 p.m. and I felt like throwing up and got a huge headache.
Desde entonces, Proyecto de Defensa Laboral me ha empoderado a educarme. Mi misión, asegurarme que mis compañeros también sepan sus derechos para que los contratistas no se aprovechen de ellos.
Since then, Workers Defense has empowered me to educate myself on rights as a worker, and it is my mission to make sure my coworkers know their rights too, so contractors don't take advantage of them.
Muchos no toman descanso por el miedo a perder el trabajo y luego no poder encontrar otro.
Many do not take rest break for fear of losing their job and then not being able to find another job.
Estoy unido junto al representante de Casa de Proyecto de Defensa Laboral a los trabajadores presentes y nuestros aliados.
I am united with Representative Casar, Workers Defense, the workers here, and our allies to demand
en demandar que el presidente Biden revoque la decisión del gobernador acerca de querer quitar los derechos de los descansos, de tomar agua en cada 4 horas.
To demand that President Biden revokes Governor Abbott's decision to remove water breaks.
Espero que nuestra petición sea atendida por el presidente Biden porque somos los que construimos esta gran nación. Muchas gracias.
I hope that our request is listened by President Biden because we are the ones who build this nation. Thank you so much.
So in deciding to do this thirst strike today, I recognize we were working in the great tradition of Dolores Huerta, who was here with us, other civil rights leaders, and in the tradition of elected officials that have taken action, like Wendy Davis with her filibuster for reproductive rights, and like Congresswoman Cori Bush, who slept on these steps and kept so many people across America in their homes because of her protest in this spot. So, Congressman Bush, thank you for joining us. Let's thank her.
So first of all, thank you, Rep. Casar, for standing up and speaking out, but also putting your body on the line for workers. When we don't have the institutional power, or if we don't have the power that we need to be able to make the change that our people are asking for those of us who are willing to step up and put our bodies on the line, that's what we do, because that's what we know. And we don't know another way other than to push and push and push. It should not have to come to this point, though, where not only elected officials, but those who are the most directly impacted have to put their bodies on the line even more to be able to just have human decency in their hands because we are human and we need water. I think about, yes, a year ago, actually a year this week, we were out here on these steps. We were on the steps for 4 nights and 5 days before we won. But the thing is this, they said, you can't make a change by doing this. You won't make change. Nobody will move. Nothing will happen. But we actually did make change. And so when they say you can't, and when they say that the powers won't let you, like we just heard, and we hear it all the time, when we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. The issue is when we don't fight, or when we don't allow them to hear our voices, when we don't push in hard enough, then they can walk all over us. And I just want to say that it's horrific what you walked through and what you had to go through. Please let him know. It is horrific. I think about, I had heat stroke last year after being outside giving speeches. I gave 17 speeches in 2 days outside in the St. Louis heat. And I didn't know what was going on, but I ended up going to the urgent care. They could not give me enough fluids by IV. It took 2 weeks before my body came back to where I could even get up and walk outside of my home. 2 weeks. And I work in a place with air conditioning. And it still took me 2 weeks to be able to work here. But when I think about people who have to work out in extreme conditions, it is our duty as legislators. It is our duty as elected officials. So Governor Abbott, you chose to represent the entire state of Texas. You chose, that was your decision, that I want to represent and I want to serve and work for every single one, from the youngest to the oldest, from the first to the whatever million number that is in Texas. He chose that. And so step up and stand up, because water is the least that you can do to provide for the people, and making sure those protections are there. It should not have to be on the people to fight for themselves when you elected to stand up and fight for them. You're just not doing the job. So we call on the governor to do right by the people for once, do right by the people now, and make sure they have what they need. So to the workers, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for standing up. Don't back down, because when we fight, we win. Thank you.
And next we have our fighter, Ana Gonzalez, over from the Texas AFL-CIO.
Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes. How are we doing? What are we fighting for today? Yes, we are. Thank you so much. I am so proud to be here with everyone. My name is Ana Gonzalez with the Texas AFL-CIO. I am here representing over 240,000 union members and workers across Texas, and many who are there here today. So thank you so much for being here. Y'all, we know that the Texas miracle is a Texas nightmare for many workers in our state. We know that Texas is the deadliest state when it comes to construction. We know that workers face deadly and unsafe working conditions. We know that the people that build our communities, that build our schools, that build our roads die because they don't have access to a respite or water. That is inhumane, and that should not be the case. We also know that there's no state or federal law that requires rest breaks. And that's why we're here today, because we're calling on the Biden administration to push for OSHA to require rest breaks. We don't need guidelines, we need requirements, and we need enforcement. And we're also here demanding that Governor Abbott does his job and fights for workers, because his leadership has been failing workers for decades, and that has to stop. He signed a bill this session that eliminates basic worker protections for construction workers, a 10-minute break in cities like Austin and Dallas. That is unacceptable. But let me ask you all this. Are we going to let them? No. Are we going to let them? No. No, we're not. So I'm just so proud and so grateful to Greg and everybody that is here today fighting for this basic right, this human right. And I know that when we stand together, we're stronger and that we're going to keep fighting. So thank you all so much for being here. Gracias a todos.
Thank you. And next, we have somebody that pushed me to run for office, has been a supporter of workers and working people, of people of all backgrounds, of people without a voice or without a lobbyist, my friend and a hero, Congressman Joaquin Castro.
Well, first I want to say thank you, Greg, for your leadership on organizing all of us to be here. Thank you to the Texas AFL-CIO, SCIU, all the different organizations who've been here today to highlight the governor's inhumanity in not even allowing for rest breaks for workers. You know, Texas Republicans for years have talked about the Texas miracle. These are the people that built the Texas miracle. The people that when you're driving along in 105-degree weather out on the highway, they're working out on the highway on I-35. The people that are working on top of roofs in San Antonio, in the Rio Grande Valley, in Fort Worth, all over the state. The people that are working in fields, picking crops. They built the Texas miracle, not Greg Abbott. Yeah, that's right. And I challenge the governor to spend one day without water. One day in the governor's mansion, the air-conditioned governor's mansion, without water. Or better yet, to spend one day with the folks who are out in the fields, the folks who are out on top of roofs, the folks that are on construction sites, that are building every single day. We'll see if the governor takes us up on that offer. And this is a pattern of inhumanity with the governor. You all saw last week that DPS put razor wire out at the border. They're refusing to give water to women and children and men who are presenting for asylum at the border, refusing to give them water in 105, 110-degree weather, just like they're refusing to allow for water breaks for workers in our state. That's wrong. I hope the Biden administration, as Greg said, will take action and do better than Greg Abbott is doing in Texas.
And next, we have Elsa Caballero from SCIU.
Hi, everybody. I don't want to hold the line here to get some water to our friend here, but I thought it wouldn't be right for me to come here and not to actually take a moment to first acknowledge you, Greg. And this is only possible because we have people like you leading the way. As I appreciate every other one of the elected officials who were here today, it takes one person taking that leadership role, and you did that today, and you started doing it from the moment you took office, from the first office in Austin. Because I remember getting a call, and I didn't even have any members in Austin yet, and say, hey, what can we organize in Austin? And so that's the kind of leadership that I'm proud to have in you, and I wanted to really recognize it today. I want to recognize all of our brothers and sisters in labor who came here today, and all of us here today, because without us, this country cannot succeed. This pueblo cannot succeed. Okay, the pueblo does not succeed without the workforce, and it is high time, okay, for everyone that's watching us today, either through Facebook, through the media, to stop saying pobrecitos whenever they see workers outside in the sun, whenever they see people doing the work in the pavement because the roads don't work properly, or they need to go and cut, the lettuce and the tomatoes and the oranges and everything else that our members and our workers do. Stop saying pobrecitos and get off your feet and do some work. Because Governor Abbott will not stop. We know that. He will not stop by just taking the water away from us or the breaks from us. He will continue. The Death Star bill is called the Death Star bill for a reason. It didn't just take away water from us, from working class people. It didn't just take away the breaks. It took a lot of other stuff. And it took us back many, many years of hard work that all of us did to get those rights, those basic rights. He's not going to stop. He has political ambitions, and that comes first. And so the only ones that can stop that is you and me, and every single person that's watching that doesn't believe that this is right. You heard today from, construction workers, from farm workers. You heard today from airport workers who are saying and telling you what it's like to work under these conditions. Don't let it stop there. Let's take action. Let's do something about it. We need to do something about it, and it only happens through action. And I will join Congressman Castro to say I do put a challenge out there. Come and spend a day. Spend a day with one of these workers in the heat. You don't even have to do the work that they do. Just spend a day. And you tell me that you can do it. You tell me that what you're doing is right. And the challenge is for you now. And then I will shut up. Once you do it, I will shut up. But when we fight, we win. Thank you.
Thank you. As our last union speaker before we do the ceremony and take a drink of water, we're going to have Sarah Nelson from CWA and the flight attendants. Thank you so much. CWA! Before she speaks, let's thank Congressman Sherman for joining us.
So I'm the president of the Association of Flight Attendants, and 50,000 members stand with these workers from Texas. We know that we can't do anything. We are nothing without the workers in Texas. The workers in this country have built up everything. This building behind us. People built this building and died building this building in the heat. We need to think about that every time when we think about what we're doing and going to sit down at a table. As a flight attendant, I learned survival skills. And they say, number one, you have to get shelter. And number two, you have to get water. These are basic things. These are the workers who give us shelter. These are the workers who give us water. And we have to give it back to them. That is our moral imperative. And Governor Abbott, this is not just wrong. This is cruel. And we are coming for you. We are coming for you. Because the people are not going to allow this to stand. Union busters for centuries have used the 4 Ds. Divide, delay, distract, and demoralize. We are no longer demoralized. With your first 3 Ds, we understand that we have to fight. And when we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. So we're going to fight. We're going to get our water. We're going to help our workers. And we are going to build this country for the people in it. Thank you.
Y'all so much. Muchísimas gracias desde todo mi corazón. Me han dado tanto apoyo y vamos a seguir luchando cada día que estoy aquí, cada día que estamos aquí representándonos. No vamos a dejar que ataquen a nuestras familias, que separen nuestras familias. We're going to have hope. I, after being out in the 9th hour, feel better than when I started. I feel more hope than when I started. I feel more committed to our democracy than when I started. I feel more of a vision for Texas than when I started because of all of you and because of what it is that we're going to get done here. We're not going to stop at winning water breaks. We're not going to stop at winning living wages. We're going to win health care for all our people. We're going to union for all people. We're going to win a safe planet for all of our people. We're going to win good neighborhoods and decent housing for everyone. And so we're going to close this out now with Pastor Rigby and take a drink of water because we've made it. We made it all day.
Hasn't this been an amazing day?
Yes.
Wouldn't it be ironic if we didn't thank the people that wanted to put it together? Because this doesn't happen by accident. What a great team we put together. Thank all of you. It's been a remarkable day. Well, I imagine you're kind of thirsty. I like the comment a woman made about staying thirsty for justice. When Jesus said that, blessed are those who hunger and thirst, not for righteousness, but for justice. That's the Greek word. Blessed are they who are thirsty. That's why when Greg thanks all of you, and you know you have a good leader when they're a congressperson and you call them by their first name. His gratitude to you is also his hope for the future. And everybody that spoke today turned to you with emotion in their eyes because they know that labor is the only hope this country has. This will never be a great country when we mistreat our people. As a minister, I don't know this, but I've heard there's a commercial, a beer commercial, that says "Stay thirsty, my friend." Greg, you've been thirsty ever since I met you for justice. When you were just a grassroots street activist, you had a thirst and hunger that people could see from miles away. There's a bond that you feel with some of that. And Greg will be the first to say he's not going to be on a pedestal. He's not going to accept any pedestal that he built. But it becomes a symbol for our aspiration because we know. So please know that we know that you are the hope of this country. Without a labor movement, there isn't a left. So what's happened today should fill you with hope. What remarkable people came forward and identified correctly as the workers. Nobody deserves a glass of water. Bless you. Because I know you will. Stay thirsty.
How did that sip of water feel? I think maybe good for you.